shocked if we hold. Nice comments, everyone. Don't be shocked if we hold. No, don't. Don't be shocked if we hold.
Back ground for a safe touch now, hopefully.
They're not seeming to care about it. Here we go, booster one. They're not seeming to care about it on the tech feed, but we can confirm and touchdown.
I think in a lot of ways, science and exploration is just innate to us as human beings. It's just part of who we are. In many ways, I think trying to explore space generates solutions to problems that we didn't even know we had.
Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA. Go SpaceX.
The International Space Station is one of humanity's greatest accomplishments so far, and it just shows what human beings can do when we work together. And we're going to accomplish some really amazing science.
I've signed up for a very large, all-encompassing medical study called CYPHER, and this is going to be critical as we start thinking about going for longer durations and farther places like the Moon and Mars. I don't think we grow if we don't challenge ourselves, and I can't wait to see what we discover during my career and for generations to come.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are watching this live broadcast from. Welcome to Crew-11. Nice to have you here today. I am ThatSpaceDogeGuy, host and organizer of this YouTube channel, and I will be broadcasting you throughout this entire process of Crew-11. As you can see, live views here from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, as on the Pad 39A, as we are witnessing the launch in just about 5 hours from now. We're starting pretty early, but that's for a reason. We're gonna witness every single step of this mission, and we are ready for it. So the launch is scheduled for 4:09 p.m. UTC time, which is quite a good launch time. Let me just check for you as well the times in the local time zone. My time zone, it is 6:09 p.m. will be the launch, and Eastern time will be 12:09 p.m. Eastern time. So that will be in 5 hours and 13 minutes from now, indeed. So live views from the launch pad here, Crew-11, the Falcon 9 rocket, launching 4 crew into space, and the NASA astronauts for today's flight are gonna be Zena Cardman and pilot Mike Fincke and mission specialist Kimiya of Japan's JAXA and Oleg Platanov of Russia's Roscosmos. Gosh, English is pretty harsh today. Of course, it's not my main language. But I guess we're just gonna do with what it is here. So, live views here, once again, from the launch pad, just looking at the rocket that will be flying in 5 hours from now. The NASA coverage will be starting, I don't know when it starts actually, I think in an hour or so will be the broadcast start. So, can't wait to see that. We're finally ready to see this rocket fly, but not yet. So we still gotta wait a little bit, but we can wait that time, I hope. So yeah, I guess that's pretty much all I have to say here. Well, a few more things. So for the people that are new to these launches and have never seen a Falcon 9 or any rocket launch before, the rocket you're seeing now is the Falcon 9 rocket. This rocket has 2 stages. The first stage, the booster, will launch for the first part of the mission, which is 2 minutes long, and then it will separate from the second stage, and the second stage will ignite. So 2 stages, and the Falcon 9 has 9 Merlin engines. That's why the name Falcon 9, because 9 engines. And this rocket is from SpaceX, and this is SpaceX Falcon 9's 512th mission and the 94th mission of 2025. And yes, they are launching very much of the Falcon 9 launch rockets. Holy crap, mate, I should have prepared a script before coming on this live. Anyway, this booster you're seeing right now, the B1094, it is its 3rd flight with a 36-day turnaround. And this will be Falcon recovery, the 500th recovery attempt for Falcon rocket. Or booster. For Falcon. So, and this will also be, sadly, but we have to say goodbye to it once. It will be the final booster landing on Landing Zone 1. Landing Zone 1 has supported many missions across its 10-year history, including SpaceX's first successful landing of an orbital class booster in 2015, which was a great milestone. I've even witnessed it on my screen back in the day. It was awesome to see, and now to see that it will be the last landing, it will be missed. That's for sure. So yeah, still gotta. My voice is like absolutely. I should have never. Okay, well, let's not talk about it on stream. Private matters. I'm just gonna check here. We still have 5 hours left, so I understand that nobody really is watching the stream. But we're gonna cover the entire operation of today's launch, starting all the way from crew walkout to launch. It's gonna be an entire long process, taking a few hours. We're now in the middle of the broadcast, though, the start broadcast. So we really don't have anything to look at here. The only thing we're just looking at is Crew-11 sitting on the launch pad. We could take a break until NASA starts the coverage, but I'll see, because I'm not sure how I'm gonna do that. But I hope it should be going well. So yeah, for the people just joining us, you're looking at live views from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida for Crew-11. It's going to be a special mission today because 4 astronauts will be launching to space. It's going to be very, very epic. But we still have a long time to wait, so I understand if you're not really here to see anything now. Completely understand. We still have a long time to wait. So, yeah. I will now just be looking at some stuff here. So it's not really much that I'm doing now. Oh, we got footage of the Long March 8 launch from actual cameras near the launch pad. Oh, no way. There's absolutely no way we got this cam. What? Drone shot. Oh, wow. They should have live streamed this, man. They're so good at this. I'll see what China will be doing. Well, I just watched some views of the Long March 8 rocket of the launch, and it did successfully launch, of course, obviously. So I think we're already going to take a coverage break with 12 minutes in, which is quite insane if you but I really do not have much to say. We still have 5 hours left, so it's going to be hard to talk for 5 hours. We'll probably take a break until we see more action on the launch pad, or near the launch pad, or in Kennedy Space Center overall, which will probably be happening in a few hours from now with the walkout of the crew. So we will, of course, if you have any questions in the chat, I will answer them in the chat as well, because we're now going to take a little break. We'll be back though, and probably about an hour, because this is going to take a while before we see any action on the launch pad. So I hope to see you in just an hour. See you then.
Good morning. You're looking live at NASA's Kennedy Space Center, where the sun is up, and soon so will Crew-11. In just a few hours, 4 crew members, including 2 NASA astronauts, will ride this Falcon 9 rocket off the planet and head for the International Space Station.
And with that, welcome back to the live coverage here of the Falcon 9 Crew-11 mission. Okay, yeah. If you're just joining us, I'm ThatSpaceDogeGuy, the organizer of this channel, as you know by now. And yeah, we're gonna have lots of cool stuff today. Oh, let me get my name tag straight so you actually know what it is. There you go. That's me. And today is Crew-11 time. In just a few hours, in 4 hours and 7 minutes, we're about to see the launch of Crew-11 to the International Space Station. So yeah, we're gonna probably go to commentary from the NASA broadcast. But you can stick around and see live views here from the spacecraft that you're seeing on your screen. So enjoy the NASA commentary. We'll probably be back shortly. Thank you so much.
From America's spaceport here in Florida, this is a live look at Launch Pad 39A, the very same pad that sent Apollo to the moon and now launches crew missions to low Earth orbit. Today, the Dragon Endeavour spacecraft sits ready for flight atop a Falcon 9 rocket. Launch is set for 12:09 p.m. Eastern Time, and this is Crew-11's mission, the latest mission under NASA's Commercial Crew program, continuing regular crew rotations to station from United States soil. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, and this is our live launch broadcast. With me is NASA astronaut and Space Force Brigadier General Nick Hague. He was Crew 9's commander, flew into space. He's a spacewalker, and today he is my co-host. We are not on camera. We will be on camera in about 3 hours, but you will hear our voices only. Nick, it's so good to have you here.
Daryl, it's a thrill to be here today. It's going to be an amazing day.
We have a big journey ahead of us. There's so much to see as we document Crew-11's journey to the launch pad, that launch pad that you see right there. The crew today that is flying includes the following astronauts. NASA astronaut Zena Cardman. She is our commander for today. There's a picture of all 4 of them. She's the 3rd from the left. NASA astronaut Michael Fincke is our pilot. He's the 2nd from the left. JAXA astronaut Kimiya, he is our mission specialist, and he's on the far right. And then all the way to the left, Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platanov. He is our mission specialist today. They will launch aboard Dragon Endeavour, making its 6th trip to space, and its resume already includes, of course, the historic Demo 2 mission, Crew 2, Axiom 1, Crew 6, Crew 8, and now Crew-11. It's all reliable, Nick.
Absolutely. And it's, look at that history there. So crossing paths with Endeavour, I was up there on the station with Crew 8 and got to see it undock. So it's fabulous to see the vehicle making another trip back, and it's even better to see the smiling faces of Crew-11 in that shot with the booster behind them.
No doubt about it. And we're going to talk a lot about the crew. We're going to learn about them. We're going to hear from them and their own words as well. But first, I want to talk about my esteemed co-host, General Nick Hague. He joined NASA's Astronaut Corps in 2013. There he is, fresh-faced from Kansas. A native there, he holds degrees in aeronautical and astronautical engineering from the U.S. Air Force Academy and MIT. On his first mission to space in 2018, he survived a launch abort, a dramatic in-flight failure of his Soyuz rocket over Kazakhstan. He and his crewmate, Alexei Ovchinin, returned safely, and Nick went on to spend 203 days aboard the space space station on this follow-up mission in 2019. Then in 2024, Haig was assigned to NASA's Crew-9 mission and upgraded from pilot to commander when the crew was reduced from 4 to 2. The change enabled the integration of NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, who returned to Earth aboard Crew-9 following the uncrewed landing of Starliner. After a successful mission, the crew splashed down in March off the coast of Tallahassee, bringing Haig's total time in space to 374 days, including 4 spacewalks. What a history there. What an experience. And most recently, Crew-9.
Yeah, it's, when you look at it, I think it symbolizes or epitomizes just the nature of spaceflight and how dynamic it is. And, it's not just the unpredictability associated with my history in the space program, but when you look back at all of it, it's dynamic in nature. And it showcases the professionalism, not just by the crews, but by the teams on the ground, both here at KSC and Johnson Space Center and around the globe, the tens of thousands of people that work tirelessly to respond to that dynamic challenge and make it happen day after day after day.
Absolutely, and that includes the crew that's providing us this shot right now, the Kennedy Flight Operations team in their helicopter with a camera that is focused on the launch pad that we can see there, getting a beautiful shot as that Starship launch tower comes into view, another capability that SpaceX has. We'll talk more about that later. But back to the team and all the effort that goes into getting this crew ready. Right now, we don't see the crew. We're about to see them in the suit-up room. We're going to watch them get their suits checked out. What are they doing right now before we see that shot?
Yeah, the day starts with some medical checks, and you're checking in with your doctor to make sure that you're feeling great, and it's that last little sync with the medical team, and then you're off to get on. You're basically your underwear. You're going to put on your diaper. You're going to put on your undergarments and get ready to walk over into the suit-up room, shake everybody's hand, and then slip into your launch and entry suit. It's a moment that's kind of full of anticipation and nerves, and you've done the suit up process dozens of times before. It's super familiar, but there's just something, there's some energy in the air, knowing that, hey, this time you put it on, the next time you take it off, you're going to be floating around in zero gravity.
Absolutely. And so if you want to follow up questions with Nick, he has tremendous answers. I wanted to follow up, as he mentioned, putting on his diaper, but I'm going to leave that to you, the audience, to do that. Just send us a note. Hey, we are monitoring communications across a number of different media channels. Just use the hashtag AskNASA. Send us your questions on Facebook, X, YouTube, and Twitch, and we'll forward that question. We'll take it live on air. We'll take as many questions as we can and have Nick Haig answer these questions in the moment. He has experience like no other. There has been no other astronaut who has aborted in flight off the top of the rocket, and we're going to go into that in more detail as well later on in the show. A live looking up at the Endeavour capsule at the top of the Falcon 9 rocket. You mentioned all the checks. You mentioned suiting up. You also get a weather brief at this time. And the good news about the weather brief that's happening at this moment is that we just learned we got upgraded to a 90% go for today. That's great news. Weather conditions that support this 90% go are clear and sunny skies. The only small concern, and the reason it's not 100%, is because there is, in summertime in Florida, as you know, Nick, you've been here now for a day or so, it's hot and humid in Florida, and this time of year in July is our peak thunderstorm season. So We get a developing sea breeze that starts to blow in, and when that cool air from the sea meets the warm air over the land, we get percolation, we get thunderstorms. So it is 90%, but when that sea breeze starts up, it's expected, the launch weather officer for today estimated that that sea breeze is going to form storms further inland, so giving us the 90%.
Man, the way you described that, it sounded very negative for a 90% chance at go. Yeah, no, look at that picture. It is a beautiful day outside, and it's not just the weather here in Florida, but it's all along the ascent corridor up the East Coast, and weather's looking awesome.
And I know as an astronaut, you appreciate having all the data, so I'm just doing the same thing for the audience over here, giving them all the data.
Absolutely.
But you're absolutely right. Point taken. And this view right here shows it. We have a spectacular day shaping up here in Florida. It is hot and humid, that's for sure. We were out earlier. And in fact, you saw some fellow astronauts who are here that you gave a big hello to.
Yeah, you know, so the launching humans into space is a really big deal, and you know, sometimes I think we take it for granted, but when you get down here, you can feel the excitement, you see who shows up, and this is what we're doing is not inconsequential here. This is not routine. We're going to send 4 people into space, and people just need to understand just how difficult, challenging, but important it is that we continue to do this. Something that we've been doing on the International Space Station for 2.5 decades. It's impressive.
It is amazing. I was thinking about that the other day. This is the crew that is going to be on station when the International Space Station turns 25 years of continuous human presence. And I tried to think about it in context of everyday people like myself, and I was thinking, if you think about your house, if you've lived in your house for 10, 20, 25 years, imagine being able to say that there was a human being in your house at all times, 24/7, for 25 years. There was never a moment where there wasn't a human inside. Obviously, we go on vacations, we go shopping, we do things, you know, and we leave our house. But this house floating around this planet, never has it been interrupted. That's amazing.
Yeah, and we spent the first 10 years living in it while it was being built.
For anybody who's ever lived through a renovation, they know what that's like. Hey, look at this. There is our commander. We are in the suit-up room. That's Zena Cardman, and she's getting the final checks for her suit. This is the historic suit-up room, one of several spaces on the 3rd floor of the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, known as Crew Quarters. The crew has been living and working here for more than a week. Their final stop before launch, and their home base through pre-flight quarantine. They actually came in, I believe it was on a Friday or Saturday, so it's only been 6 days in quarantine or so, and now they are getting ready to get the final checks for their suits while they put on all the final components as well.
Yeah, and you know, they start quarantine actually back in Houston for a week before they ever come back down to Florida. So they have about 2 weeks in quarantine to make sure that anything in their system clears out before they head up to the space station.
Now they're in their launch seats. What's interesting about the seats that they're sitting in is each one of these seats matches identically to the one inside the Dragon Endeavour spacecraft.
Yeah, and they're going through their suit leak checks here. You know, they've zipped up. They're making sure that that their suit would hold pressure. Now, when they launch in these, you don't expect them to pressurize. It's only in the event of an emergency that you'd need it to pressurize. So in the unpressurized configuration, they're actually really comfortable to sit in.
Well, you know that guy's ready to go. That's Mike Fincke, our pilot for today. Call sign Spanky. Got a great sense of humor. And he's a live wire sometimes.
He is. He keeps you on your toes. Absolutely. And you can see his smile.
I think he heard us. Big wave. What kind of feelings are they going through in this moment? What are they feeling?
You know, from a just being there, putting the suit on, you can imagine you're putting on a pressure suit. So there's a plastic bladder inside of there. So you're putting on essentially a Ziploc bag that is shaped the size of you, and then there's some material on there to hold it all together. So it can get quite warm, actually. So that's why they hook up the umbilical. You can see there, it's providing pressure, but it's also providing cooling air blowing in there while they're sitting there. It doesn't take long before you start sweating. So it's quite similar to just stepping out the door here in Florida today. You step out and you start sweating.
Well, let's get to know the crew today, Crew-11. And we'll take a closer look by starting with our commander for today, someone Nick Hague knows very well, Zena Cardman. NASA astronaut Zena Cardman is commanding Crew-11. She was born in Urbana, Illinois, but calls Williamsburg, Virginia, her hometown. She is a scientist at heart with degrees in biology and marine science from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Before joining NASA, Zena did field work in some of the most extreme environments on Earth, including Antarctica, the Canadian High Arctic, and volcanic terrain in Idaho and Hawaii. She was selected as part of NASA's 27 astronaut class known as the Turtles. Zena was originally assigned to Crew-9, but was later reassigned to command Crew-11 to support changes in station operations. And when she's not training for spaceflight, she enjoys rock climbing, writing poetry, and powerlifting. And there she is with a big smile and a lot of excitement. She shakes hands with some staff there. We mentioned that she was originally assigned the commander of Crew-9. You know this situation well because you were the pilot at that time.
Yeah.
You switched to commander. She was reassigned to a later mission. Tell me about that. How did that work, and why was that the case?
Yeah, you know, so the decision to make that change was motivated by the need to get Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams home. The Starliner spacecraft, the decision was made to return that without a crew, and so we needed to create space in the Crew-9 vehicle. And so very late, within a month or so of our launch, the decision was made to go from a crew of 4 to a crew of 2. And so then how does that happen? You find out on Friday, this is what's going to happen. And then on Monday, Zena and Stephanie and I are in the simulators trying to figure out, okay, so how does that impact us operationally? And we're working together for the next couple weeks to try to figure out how to do that successfully. And so it's a treat to be here to see Zena getting ready to launch, just knowing that the professional that she is in terms of how we respond to those dynamic situations that spaceflight throws at you.
Absolutely. And for those who remember, if you were watching Crew-9, Zena Cardman was our co-host when Nick Hague went up into space and spent the 5 hours documenting his journey. Next up is Michael Fincke. He is our Crew-11 pilot. He goes by the call sign Spanky, and there he is. He's a Pennsylvania native and a veteran of 3 previous space flights, spending more than a year of his life in orbit. He first flew to space in 2004 as a flight engineer on Expedition 9, then returned in 2009 to command Expedition 18, where he helped prep the station for future 6-person crews. In 2011, he took part in the final flight of the Space Shuttle Endeavour. What a coincidence. Today, he flies Endeavour. That was STS-34 when it was shuttle, and he logged 3 more spacewalks along the way. Fincke's also been a key player in NASA's commercial crew efforts, supporting development of the Boeing Starliner. He served as a backup pilot for crew flight test, helping shape Starliner's avionics and software from the ground up. He also co-hosted a launch broadcast. Outside of spaceflight, he's a passionate learner into geology, astronomy, reading, and languages, and he's conversant in both Japanese and Russian, certainly a skill that will come in handy on the International Space Station and inside his capsule, as he gives us a big wave.
Yeah, no, Spanky's an unbelievable human. He is so sharp. he's also a retired Air Force officer, flight test engineer. I bring that up because I'm a flight test engineer as well, so we share some of the same perspectives. It was fun to work with him on the Starliner program and just learn everything you could from him. He's a wealth of knowledge.
14 years after flying Endeavour to the International Space Station to help build it, he is flying Dragon Endeavour to see the finished work.
Yeah. It'll be exciting for him because it's changed a little bit since he's been there last time. So some things will be very familiar and some things will be new.
Let's move on now to our mission specialist. One for Crew-11 is Kimiya Yui, representing the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA. He's a former test pilot and Air Force officer. Yui graduated from Japan's National Defense Academy in 1992 and rose to the rank of lieutenant colonel in the Japanese Air Self-Defense Force. He was selected as a JAXA astronaut in 2009 and made his first trip to space in 2015, spending 142 days aboard the International Space Station as part of expeditions 44 and 45. During that mission, he made history as the first Japanese astronaut to capture JAXA's H-2 transfer vehicle, a crucial piece of cargo hardware. He also helped build out a new experimental module inside the Kibo, Japan's laboratory on station, and he carried out 21 experiments on behalf of JAXA. In 2016, Yui was named chief of JAXA's astronaut group, and today he's on his way back to space. Shares a lot of similarity with your background, Nick.
Yeah, no, Kimiya is great, and I've had the chance to work with him intermittently over the last decade, and that's just one of the treats of being part of the astronaut corps is getting to work with our international partners and our colleagues, and to see the same sense of passion that they share for the human exploration of space that everybody in the U.S. does.
That common bond, even from a country, clear across the other side of the world.
It's infectious and it's universal.
And you get to go over there to those locations and train with their agencies as well, right?
Absolutely. That's some of the special parts of the training program is getting to go visit, experience the culture, maybe even sing a little karaoke.
That sounds like a story, something you've done.
Not well.
I won't put you on the spot and ask you to hum a few tunes, a couple space tunes, at least not yet. Let's round out the crew and get to Oleg Platanov. He's our mission specialist, flying to space for the very first time. He's a cosmonaut with Roscosmos. There he is. That, of course, is Russia's space agency. He's a graduate of the Krasnodar Higher Military Aviation School of Pilots, where he earned a degree in engineering and the rank of lieutenant. Platanov completed his cosmonaut training in 2018 and was certified as a test cosmonaut that same year. Earlier this year, Roscosmos announced he would launch to the International Space Station aboard a Crew Dragon vehicle as part of Crew-11, marking a new chapter in international collaboration. He is married, has one child, and today begins his first journey to space.
Yeah, so right now you can see him in the suit-up room. He's just finished his leak check, and now it's time to take pictures with all the support crew. It's exciting. The first time you're getting ready to suit up to go, there's a lot of uncertainty. They've done the dry dress just a few days ago, so they know what's happening. But what was missing during the dry dress that's there now is all of the emotions leading up to that the moment of liftoff.
And they had a successful dry dress. Everything went according to plan. It was supposed to be followed by a static fire, but that stopped at around 54 seconds. They then did the static fire the next day, and it checked out. There was an issue, apparently, with some ground equipment, but moved past that pretty quick and got a test fire, a full duration test fire of those engines that they will ride today.
Yep, all systems go.
Everyone who you see in the room wearing a black ninja suit, we call them ninja suits, there they are SpaceX employees, except for this gentleman right here, number 30. That is astronaut Marcos Barrios. He is in the role of astronaut support person, or what we call the ASP. And tell me what his role today will be.
Yeah, so he's the direct support to the crew. Effectively, he's the representative for the Flight Operations Directorate in the astronaut office. He is the person that's going to ride with the crew and the launch pad team all the way to the launch pad. He'll be there at the White Room and be able to observe and make sure that everything is going well, and also, whatever the crew needs, he's there to ensure that they get that last little support up until the hatch closes.
Did you call upon the ASP for any reason in any of your flights?
I'm trying to think
through the archives.
Yeah, no, it was just comforting to know, and so it's like, hey, can you let my wife know, pass a little message, there's some, emotional, psychological support aspects of this more than just the logistical aspects, and it was nice to know there was somebody always there watching your back.
Comforting.
Yep.
It really must be. He's a fellow astronaut. He's in your office. You see him regularly, and especially on the training for the mission, you see him throughout.
Yeah, and for the last 2 weeks, he's been in quarantine with the crew. So you've got very close contact with him, and they're watching and following and tracking everything that's going on with you and giving you what you need.
As we see the crew there, the 4 members of Crew-11, spending their last minutes with many of the individuals who have helped them suit up to this point. They'll depart in their crews to go out to the pad. Let's talk a little bit about how this crew trained extensively for this mission. Nick, talk me through some of the training that we're going to see here shortly that begins with, well, hold on one second. I see a card game starting to form and astronauts gathering around the table. So let's talk about that. This is an important moment and a tradition as well.
Yeah, the astronauts are not anything if they're not superstitious. So this is one of those traditions. The chief of the office, you can see there, Joe Akaba, is dealing out a game. The game changes, every mission. It's really up to the chief of the office to figure out what that game's going to be. But the goal is the same. You go until the commander wins, and you have shaken off all of the bad luck, if you will. Sometimes it can go quick. Sometimes you need a few hands to make sure everything works out.
What game did you play?
We just went straight high card.
High card, yeah, I see that a lot.
High card, it was simple, and it took one hand, and we were ready to go.
And I believe that this deck of cards that they're using is the deck of cards that was designed, has the drawings of Zena Cardman.
Yeah, she's a lot of things. She's also an artist, and so she has a tendency to do up a special deck of cards for crews that she's associated with, and looks like they're down to the final 2.
She keeps winning. Finally, I think she. No, she's still. Mike Fincke and the commander still holding in.
We may have to shuffle the deck.
This may be a first, Nick.
It's the way you always want it. You playing against
down
your
to
boss.
The commander and the chief.
There you go. Now we got it. It's time to go.
Chief of the astronaut, Joe Akaba, finally winning that hand. It took him only about 20 hands. But that's what you want to see. Like you said, this is the point. You want the commander to shake off and burn off all that bad luck. I see another astronaut there in the corner and the left-hand side there.
Yep, Eric Bowe. He is the chief of our Vito office, so basically the astronaut office that owns the crew quarters. All right, they're lining up. They've said their last goodbyes. You see all the ninjas there, the SpaceX support personnel. You know, they're the same ones that have supported you through training and your weeks of training out in Hawthorne.
Speaking of training, let's get back to that training video that we were going to show just a little bit earlier. And talk me through, Nick, what kind of training this is.
Yeah, so here we've got some search and rescue training, and so this is in the neutral buoyancy laboratory at Johnson Space Center. You know, the capsule there, the focus of this training is everything that happens outside the capsule. So we have a generic capsule that you get out of, and then we simulate what you would need to do if you landed in water and needed to be rescued by search and rescue forces.
While somebody sprays you in the face with a hose?
Well, in theory. But that's to simulate the helicopter above head and the prop wash that you would get there from the rescue forces that come out of Det 3 here just at Patrick Space Force Base, and the search and rescue forces that DoD has stationed around the globe that can respond if needed. And here, of course, emergency training? Yeah, on board, you've got to be the jack of all trades, and so you need to be prepared to respond to a medical emergency if you needed to. And so we practice integrated training to respond to somebody that needs help. All right, our cameras that were in the suit-up room are now repositioning for the astronauts' departure from the astronaut crew quarters. And while they do that, we want to invite you, the audience. Thank you so much for joining us and being a part of today's coverage, the launch of Crew-11 to the International Space Station. We're taking your questions live using the hashtag AskNASA. So if you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, X, or Twitch, or streaming, just drop us a question and join the conversation. We're here. Nick's ready. And we've got a few questions that we can take right now. Before we do that, though, check out this view from up high. This is the building and the facility that we were talking about, astronaut crew quarters, inside another building, the Operations and Checkout Building. Yep, ONC. And so you can see the caravan lined up there, getting ready to the convoy of support vehicles lined up and ready for the crew to come out and hop in. Those 3 Teslas will ride out to the pad. You'll have 2 astronauts in 2 cars. And of course, these are equipped to keep the astronauts comfortable as they drive out to the pad, which is roughly a 20-minute drive from this location. Yeah, they've got little cooling packs that you can connect to. Same cooling packs you might have seen in the footage from the suit room while they were standing around and saying their last goodbyes that they were hooked up to. They'll move those cooling packs into the cars. Like I said, if you don't hook up to that cold air, you'll start to sweat pretty quickly. Absolutely, especially in this heat. It doesn't take much. Yeah, you can see some of the families coming in to be able to say their goodbyes. Well, we've got a question that came in. Unicorn Tail on X asks, how long does it take to build the rocket and prepare for takeoff? Yeah. So we had the fortune as we were preparing for Crew 9 to meet the team out in Hawthorne that built the booster as it was being ready to ship out, and it's amazing to see, and every time you peel back another layer of the team, you find another group of 30 or 40 people that are just working tirelessly, and so it takes months, years to get to that point. You're looking at a booster here that's flown before, and how can you tell that? It's got a little bit of soot on the side, and so the turnaround for the vehicles or for the rockets is much quicker, but the initial construction takes some time. And this booster that you mentioned, flying 2 previous flights, Starlink and Axiom 4, what's impressive to me about that is Axiom 4 was just last month, and so
so they have gotten, SpaceX has, able to turn around the refurbishment of a booster in that amount of time is incredible.
It's a beautiful view.
A beautiful view, and we mentioned the heat. There is a heat advisory today, but in the early going, the cool hours of the morning, SpaceX did some get-ahead work today to prepare for propellant load, which comes much later in our timeline, around T-minus 35 minutes, about 3 hours from now. But some forward work that they wanted to get done in the cool temperatures before that heat really gets cranking. Expecting probably up around 90 today when we get to our top heat index for the day.
Yeah, it's important that the pad crews don't have the fortune of the astronauts who are hooked up to cooling packs, and so they've got to you got to make sure the entire team stays safe.
Absolutely. You talk about the team, there's so many people that are involved in the launching of a rocket. Thousands, especially when we're talking about launching humans into space. And so, Nick, not too long ago, just a week or so ago, you came to the Kennedy Space Center to visit, to say thank you to a lot of the people who supported your Crew-9 mission.
Yeah, it's a treat. In the lead up to launch, in the months of training, you don't have the opportunity, because you're so scheduled, you don't have the opportunity to get to meet everyone. And so, going through the headquarters building, everybody from the top floor down to the guys here in the mail room, everybody serves a critical function that keeps this machine working and flowing and able to do the things that we're about to witness that are just really hard to do. And so it was a treat to come over here to Kennedy Space Center. It's a treat to visit over on the Space Force side at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and Patrick Space Force Base. That joint team, it makes this place extremely special. This is the preeminent place to launch humans into space, and that workforce makes it happen every day.
And it is still the only place in the world at the moment where you can launch astronauts to the moon. And of course, that is going to happen again early next year with the Artemis II mission. A very special place indeed. And now you're looking at the doors that Crew-11 will exit out of. This is a very historic part of the walkout. It's called Walkout. This is where all 4 crew members come out. We are going to watch them leave the crew quarters and then come out to greet their family that we showed you in those wide shots. You're watching live coverage of the launch of NASA and SpaceX's Crew-11 to the International Space Station. We are currently T-minus 3 hours and 32 minutes until liftoff. We are awaiting the crew's departure of the astronaut crew quarters, where they have been for a little less than a week preparing for their mission to go into space. Inside now, you're looking at the hallway that they'll walk down. Earlier, they were getting suited up and having those suits checked out with pressure checks. This is a look at some of the art in the hallway that the astronauts will walk down. In many senses, this 26,000 square foot area that the astronauts you get to use when you get ready to do a mission resembles very much a college dorm room. I've been through there. That's what it seems like to me. It's very simple. It's not overstated. But that art on the hallway there really adds a touch.
It does. It's there's something about the intrigue of space exploration that harnesses the imagination and humanity's creativity, and the artwork that they've got displayed there, the artwork that I get sent in the mail from kids across the globe. Oh. And it lets you know that there's something so very organic about the need to explore.
That is awesome. I can imagine getting those pictures, how moving something like that is when a young person takes the time to create an image inspired by what they see you do, what they see your colleagues do. You've been listening to astronaut Nick Hague, Brigadier General with the U.S. Space Force. He is here to provide us commentary throughout this entire operation, leading all the way up to liftoff and a little bit thereafter until the astronauts get into orbit. We will document every move.
You can see the families that have moved into position there. They're waiting for this walkout. This is the last chance to say goodbye. There's lots of goodbyes leading up to launch and last opportunities. And over the course of the last few days, there's been, the families are in quarantine as well, so that they can have special moments and quiet moments and say the things that they want to say before they leave for 6 months plus. And but this is the last chance you get to look your spouse or your kids in the eye and say, goodbye. Love you, and I'll see you in a few months.
And those vehicles that will take them away from their family and out to the launch pad awaiting their vehicle. This is the back of one of them. And they always make a custom message for each of the Teslas that go out there to the launch. Sometimes it's one message on all of them. In this case, we have 3 words for each of the 3 Teslas. And as you can see there, one of them is launch. The next one, and the second one, you can see is live. And you have to reverse the order, right? You've heard of that phrase that you see on signs oftentimes, sometimes in people's homes. Live, laugh, love. Well, this today is live, laugh, launch. And you might ask, what have the other crews chosen? Well, we have the answer for you. What is in a name? The license plates have been branded going all the way back to the Demo 2 mission, which used the ISS Bound for theirs. Crew 1 chose Later Earth. Crew 2, Reuse, Reduce, Recycle. Crew 3, Send It. 4, Go for Launch. 5, Blast Off with the number 5 in it. Crew 6, Crew Dragon. Crew 7, Bye. I think I did that long enough. There's 7 letters, by the way, Bye in there, so
okay,
make
now
note of that. Jessica Meir, that was her mission. She pointed that out. Crew 8, Yay Space. Crew 9, I don't know who came up with this one, but ready for it?
Ready for it.
You were ready for it. That was your mission. Crew 10 was liftoff with a 10 in the middle. Live, laugh, launch. You were talking about the time that they're spending with their families, and they're about to do that now. And it ties in with what you were saying earlier. Human spaceflight is an important endeavor, exploration, so key to the fabric of this country. But it's risky.
It is. It is. It's... But it's not risk for the sake of risk, So astronauts are not adrenaline junkies. We manage risk professionally, and we make decisions. It's not just the astronauts too. It's all the way down from at the top, from program managers, the administrator, all the way down. It's the job of managing that risk because ultimately what we're trying to accomplish is worth it. If you didn't want to take any risk, you wouldn't get out of bed in the morning. And so the crew members are willing participants. The families, at least the spouse signed up for it. The kids may have been unwilling participants in all of this, and so it is. It's a stressful time for the families to, they're going to watch their loved one go and strap onto the top of a rocket, and I gotta give kudos to NASA and its support infrastructure for how it takes care of the crew and their families in a time like this.
You talk about that, and just adding a little more detail there, astronauts come down from your office to be with the families during the lead up to launch. And so having the presence of those astronauts who have been there and done it is, I would imagine, pretty important for family members.
It is. You know, it's a familiar face. The astronaut office is pretty small. There's, you know, less than 50 of us. And so everybody knows everybody else. And so having that person that you can trust and lean on, from a crew member perspective, I'm going to hop in that Tesla there. I know that, you know, my buddy is there taking care of my family, and they're going to be there to help them through even a completely normal flight is going to be an emotional event, and they're there to provide that support. And it's not just the astronauts in the astronaut corps, but there's a whole team of support that NASA's put in place, psychological support.
Approximately 15 minutes behind schedule. They have until T-minus 2 hours and 43 minutes per the green light time, so we have margin.
We finished the thought.
Yeah, and it's you know, it's that comprehensive. They're walking out now. Let's talk about that.
No, that's okay. There's Zena Cardman, Mike Fincke, the commander and pilot, our 2 mission specialists, Kimiya, Oleg, Platanov, and into the elevator they go. From the 3rd floor down to the 1st, the banner behind them, framing them up with all of their photos, and in goes their team. They'll get ordered into the elevator, and the doors will close, and down they will go.
So if this was a 100-yard dash, they just left the blocks. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
You know, it's at that moment when you start walking down the hallway, now the train's starting to move.
So you really know, like, you're leaving the room, you're leaving where you lived, you're taking that journey out to the pad.
Bags are packed, ready to go.
I want to take you back to a moment where the crew got together and signed their mission patch. This is a tradition that has been going on for years now, since the resumption of the crew flights from American soil. Each crew member, there's Zena Cardman, our commander, signing the patch. Mike Fincke as well. You signed this patch, Nick, for Crew 9.
Yeah, just above there, so you can see the Crew 9 patch. Oh, he's going.
I like that.
Oleg's got a great sense of humor.
That's what Mike Fincke said about Oleg. He says he's even funnier than he is, which I guess Mike thinks quite highly of his own sense of humor. I know I've laughed when I've been around him because he's a funny guy.
He is quite funny. And, you know, so you can see all those patches around the door. There should be a Crew-11 patch around there as well. Yeah. You gotta have good eyes to see that, though. That's an eye chart.
Yeah, it's an eye chart test. This, of course, another place where crews put their patches before they go out. That area around the door and the framing, you know, was replaced at one point in time, but every crew that has launched from crew quarters going back to Apollo has put a patch and a sticker up on that frame, at least going back to where they changed it. The ride from this location will be provided with a security escort, so there will be no interruptions on their journey out to the launch pad, as it should be here at America's spaceport. As they drive out to their destination, which you see there.
Countdown. Side hatches opened. This is approximately 15 minutes behind schedule. We still have margin to our T-minus 2 hours, 38-minute green light time.
And there you hear an update from the launch director at SpaceX and informing us that they're behind schedule out at the pad, but they've got margin.
Yeah, margin's important. You know, you see the clock there, 3 hours and 20 minutes, counting down to the seconds. The way you've got to launch into space, you've got to make sure that the orbit of the station is overhead when you launch, and so it has to be timed down to the second.
And here they are, Crew-11, walking outside for the final time before launch and into a mission years in the making.
4 on countdown. Crew walkout is underway on schedule.
Commander Zena Cardman, pilot Michael Fincke, JAXA astronaut Kimiya and Roscosmos' Oleg Platanov. I see some Crew-11 shirts down there. And that's Zena Cardman that we see on the left, Mike Fincke on the right, and I've seen Zena do that a number of times, making the heart symbol with her hands. Certainly sending her love to her family who have supported her.
Yeah, you don't get there on your own. None of these individuals have gotten there on their own. It takes the support and love of family and friends and colleagues, and it's a team sport.
You see Mike Fincke on the right there, the pilot. He is flying. He is flying along in his kit a Gamasa, which he is, he tells us his wife is of Indian origin, and the Gamasa is used in the state of Assam as kind of a scarf, and so he's taking that with him. He's taken a scarf from his side of the family, that side of the family, for all 4 of his flights. A token certainly of their blessing on this flight today, but also has sentimental purposes.
Yeah, little bits and pieces of home that we can take along with us. And you know, I mentioned that we're big into traditions and rituals and superstitions, and you'll find that lots of crew members have their little token of good luck. You can see them connecting to that cooling air. They've been off of it for a few minutes now, and so a little warm in the Florida air. Last goodbyes as the doors come down, and then immediate family will be able to come up to the windows after they crack them.
Yep, they're going to roll those windows down a little bit and give some last words before launch and before they depart the operations and checkout building. Inside Zena's Tesla there, she'll have the flight surgeon going with her.
Yeah, and you can see the lengths we go to preserve that quarantine. You know, you wait till they maintain their distance when they were outside the cars. Once they get inside the cars, there's still some distance. All the personnel that are in the cars with them have also been in quarantine this entire time. So it's not just the crew members that are in quarantine for a couple weeks. It's a group of several dozen people that have to quarantine.
I want to point out Secretary Sean Duffy is here. He is NASA's acting administrator, also Secretary of Transportation here, supporting the launch today and the crew there at the walkout. He's the gentleman with the glasses and the blue suit coat, which I think is second from the right. There he is. A shot over his shoulder. He just took the reins of NASA just a few weeks ago. He's doing so on an acting basis until an administrator can be nominated and then confirmed by Congress. A look inside the window, Zena Cardman giving some waves. And I imagine emotions must be running high.
How can they not? You've been waiting for this moment for a long time, and now you've said your goodbyes. It's tough to say goodbye to family that you're not going to see for a while, but you're also excited to get that car rolling and get on with it.
And indeed, they are off. Crew-11 on the road to launch pad 39A. The Teslas are rolling out from the Neil Armstrong building, escorted by security for the 20-minute drive.
Lyo seals are removed and installation is complete. This is about 10 minutes behind schedule. Again, we have plenty of margin to our green light time. Team is making up time.
Well, that's a good call out there. We were running 15 minutes behind, but as you heard from the launch director, they have made up 5 minutes, now currently only 10 minutes behind schedule, but they do have margin, so there is the team and the launch team will continue to work this, and the flight crew right now headed out to the pad. Their next stop, a rocket, waiting to launch them into orbit. No pressure, just your average commute today, Nick.
It's not your average commute. You get this police escort with helicopter support, and you get to run every red light and run every stop sign.
Absolutely. It's a beautiful sight there. Of course, I say that in jest. This is a very special road trip from the astronaut crew quarters out to the launch pad, where they will join up with their spacecraft and rocket. We want to learn about this crew. We want to share their story in their own words. So let's hear from the commander of Crew-11, Zena Cardman, as she shares her path from field science to spaceflight.
I think in a lot of ways, science and exploration is just innate to us as human beings. That's why toddlers ask so many why questions. It's just part of who we are. In many ways, I think trying to explore space generates solutions to problems that we didn't even know we had. My name is Zena Cardman, and I am the commander of NASA's SpaceX Crew-11 mission to the International Space Station. I was born in Champaign-Urbana, Illinois, but grew up in Williamsburg, Virginia. I grew up almost like an only child. I have 2 older brothers, but the younger of the 2 actually went off to college when I was 5 years old. And so I learned to play in my backyard a lot, play with friends, use my imagination, and explore the natural world around me. I studied biology as an undergraduate student. This is largely because I had a really excellent high school biology teacher who inspired me to pursue research on my own, even as a high school student. But while I was at college, I also got to know microbiology. I got to know geosciences and chemistry. I wound up doing a lot of research in an oceanography marine sciences department and studying in remote locations like Antarctica. I also, while I was an undergraduate, became a creative writing minor, and I've always really valued that chance to study the creative side of my brain and explore our natural world through that side as well. I love being an astronaut right now because there are many pathways to get to the International Space Station. We spend long duration periods, so many months long, living and working on board that space station, and it's really, and a lot of that research is on us as human subjects. I'm very excited to be actually a test subject for a lot of the medical research that we're doing on board the ISS. I've signed up for a very large, all-encompassing medical study called CIPHER, and this, I think, is going to be critical as we start thinking about going for longer durations and farther places like the Moon and Mars. My role as commander is to bring out the best in my crewmates from the moment we start training till the moment we get back to Earth and then some. And so I'm always thinking about that larger mission overview and how my crewmates are doing and what we can do for each other. Spaceflight, by definition, requires collaboration and requires more than one person, and the chance to be part of something much larger than myself has been humbling and inspiring and deeply fulfilling. even since I was a child, looking up at the stars, looking up at the cosmos is inspiring. It helps me answer questions like, what are we doing here? Who are we? Where are we? I don't think we grow if we don't challenge ourselves. I think that's true for myself, it's true for teams, and it's true for us as a society and as a species. We have to take some risks, we have to challenge ourselves in order to push ourselves, and I can't wait to see what we discover during my career and for generations to come.
The very capable and talented Zena Cardman, the commander of Crew-11. Next up, astronaut Michael Fincke, a veteran of 3 missions and 4 spacewalks, as he reflects on what keeps him coming back to space.
Human beings, part of our nature, part of who we are, our identity is explorers. Because every time we explore, we improve our lives and our situations. It's just natural. My name is Mike Fincke, and I'm the pilot for NASA's SpaceX Crew-11 mission to the International Space Station. I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, home of the mighty Steelers, and it was a great time to grow up. Lots of great educational opportunities. A time that was tough economically, but a place where we knew that dreams could come true. When I was like 2 and 3 years old, my parents would wake me up from whatever nap I was taking to watch moon landings. We did many moon landings back in the late 60s and early 70s, and that made a big impression on me. So I knew that back then, even when I was like 3, that I wanted to be an astronaut. I wanted to go walk on the moon. I wanted to go explore space. So I learned to read so I could read more about space, and the more I read, the more excited I became. When I was in high school, I didn't know what engineering was. I knew what math and science were, physics. I was kind of good at that. Math. I took a leap of faith and went to an engineering program at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. Thankfully paid for by an Air Force ROTC scholarship, and then hustling with side gigs on the weekends. And I got to study airplanes and rockets, 2 of my favorite things. So I was able to graduate from MIT with 2 degrees, and then the summer after graduation, I had a really wonderful opportunity to study in Soviet Union. Fortunately, I'd studied Russian language, so I knew enough Russian to go with some colleagues, and we spent the summer at Moscow Aviation Institute studying cosmonautics, and then I spent the next year at Stanford University getting a master's in aeronautics and astronautics. I love the space station. I helped build it. I helped the first modules get ready here on planet Earth, and have had the joy of living aboard the space station for 2 long-duration missions so far. We've learned from the International Space Station that space is a great place to really understand more about the universe. When we are aboard the International Space Station, we're still gravitationally connected to planet Earth, but we're free-falling, so like we're in microgravity. So you take that big G out of the equation, and then you can find out what's really going on physically. We're also outside the atmosphere, so we can look to the universe beyond us without atmospheric interference. When I'm on a spacewalk, I can look out to the whole universe, and I can see how small our planet is and how big and wonderful the rest of the universe is, and it's calling to us. We need to explore and go see the whole universe that's out there. Space exploration is something that really speaks to me as a person, right? We all kind of have our passions, and for me, since I was like 2 or 3 years old, I wanted to go to space, explore space, and I've had a chance to do that. Half my life I've been an astronaut. I've really, really enjoyed exploring space.
Pilot Mike Fincke and his team, as you just saw them pass the vehicle assembly building where Artemis II, a moon rocket, is being stacked. Let's hear now from JAXA astronaut Kimiya on returning to the station, representing Japan, and what this mission means to him.
I think humankind has a desire to explore and also expand our area of activities. Space is a great place to explore because Earth is so small. We still have unknown places, but Earth is, generally speaking, so small compared with space. My name is Kimiya. I'm a mission specialist for NASA's SpaceX Crew-11 mission to the International Space Station. I was born in very, very small village in Nagano Prefecture. So up there, I was able to see very, very beautiful stars in night skies. When I was a little boy, I did stargazing, and I loved stars. I really want to know everything on our universe, and I want to go everywhere as long as I live. When I was already like 10 years old, I already wanted to become an astronaut or astronaut. I graduated from the National Defense Academy, and after that I entered Japanese Air Force, Japan Air Self-Defense Force, then become a fighter pilot, then test pilot, and then became an astronaut. We do science in space because we have constant microgravity in the ISS. We cannot achieve that condition on the Earth. Space station actually contributing our knowledge, and also we can produce new materials or medicines in order to make our future brighter. Going to Moon or Mars is very difficult, so we need to test our materials, and ISS is a great test bed. So Crew-11, we are going to have a lot of experiments on ISS, and JAXA especially, we are going to have new cargo vehicle, HDV-X. The vehicle itself is a little bit lighter, but we can carry more stuff to the ISS. 10 years ago, I went to space for the first time. It's changed a lot. And for astronauts, it became much more convenient to live. For example, we didn't have a good place for cooking. Now we have gallery. I was able to see a lot of stars and also beautiful Earth or moons. This mission inspired me, and I really want to pass that actually inspiration to other people on the ground. ISS is one of the best examples to have a dream and work together and make the dream come true. So if you see ISS in the night sky, please think about your dream, about how to make your dream come true.
And finally, Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platanov sharing his thoughts as he prepares for his very first flight to space.
Бесконечный космос открывает бесконечные возможности для человечества, поэтому есть необходимость осваивать Солнечную систему, осваивать просторы за пределами Солнечной системы. А для того, чтобы это сделать в будущем, мы должны закладывать эту базу. My name is Oleg Platanov, and I am a mission specialist for NASA's SpaceX Crew-11 mission to the International Space Station. Я родился в большом индустриальном городе в России, в городе Челябинске. Это моя родина. Я занимался в патриотических кружках, связанных с авиацией и космонавтикой, поэтому уже в мое детство я задумывался о космосе. У меня много целей в этом полете. Прежде всего, я хочу полететь на мощной огромной ракете в космос, долететь до Международной космической станции, сесть возле большого иллюминатора на станции, посмотреть на нашу красавицу Землю, и это будет вдохновлять меня работать все лучше и лучше. Мы можем получать новые данные о нашей Земле, о Солнечной системе, о космических лучах, о нашей Вселенной, о жизни микроорганизмов в космосе, о здоровье человека, о получении новых лекарств, о путях улучшения конструктивных материалов и внутренняя потребность человека исследовать все, что находится вокруг него. Хочется узнать все новое, новое и новое, расширяя горизонты своего знания, что границы открыты, что мы можем летать в космос, что мы можем лететь дальше, все дальше и дальше, за пределы нашей Земли, за пределы Солнечной системы. И это будет вдохновлять уже не только нас, но и следующие поколения.
And those are all 4 members of Crew-11. If you're just joining us, we are currently T-minus 3 hours and 1 minute until liftoff of those 4 individuals who make up Crew-11. Liftoff to the International Space Station. And this is their ride, a Falcon 9 rocket with a spacecraft called Endeavour sitting at the very top. That crew walkway that you see connecting the launch tower and the rocket, astronauts will soon be walking across that walkway and into their spacecraft to get strapped in to go to space. Right now, they just arrived at the base of the pad, and here is a beautiful view of Launch Pad 39A, which sits just 500, 600 feet away from the edge of the Atlantic Ocean, the beach there, which, as you can see from the calm state of the ocean, we have very light winds, we have sunshine, we have a beautiful day for launch. 90% go is what our launch weather officer is reporting out for weather conditions at the time of liftoff. That time, 12:09 and 24 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. As we gaze up at the sky, seeing just some very thin cirrus clouds up ahead, those not a problem at all when we get ready to launch. We're green across the board right now, running just a little bit behind on the procedures out at the pad. At last check, about 10 minutes, but SpaceX crews are working diligently to catch that time up. And this mission operation timeline, it should be noted, has plenty of margin in it. What you're about to see now is the astronauts walking up to their rocket to get a look at the 1.8 million pounds of thrust that can be generated by this machine as it takes them up into space. That moment coming up in just a few minutes, Nick.
Yeah, they just pulled up to the launch pad. Got about 3 hours until liftoff, and so this is your last bathroom break before you're strapped into a seat and hostage for the next 3 hours. So much needed respite, and then but it's once you ride that elevator up to the top, it's just this stark contrast. You see your rocket up close and personal, and it's this amazing feat of engineering, and then the backdrop is the beautiful Florida coast and the waves crashing onto the beach and a breeze in the face, and it's just a spectacular moment once you get to the top of the launch tower.
You painted quite a word picture there, and we are about to see what that looks like through the eyes of the astronauts as we document their journey up the launch tower, across the walkway, and into their capsule. In the meantime, we want to take some questions that we've been asking and getting and receiving from our audience that's watching around the world. Those who have put their questions forth to our astronaut co-host, Nick Hague, a brigadier general with the Space Force and a NASA astronaut. Austin asks, my son, Knox, age 8, would like to know, how do you get to the space station when it orbits around the Earth so fast? And that is fast.
Countdown, advanced team have completed their preps for crew arrival, and crew are heading up the tower on schedule.
That's great news. Sounds like they made up all of that 10 minutes that they were behind. That's a great call out. Yes, station goes 17,500 miles per hour. How are you going to catch up with that?
Yeah, so Knox has got it. He's got his finger right on it. You've got to start going that fast. So the rocket's going to take off going vertical, and it's accelerating. But after a few minutes into flight, the rocket pitches over and is basically going horizontal and continuing to accelerate as it falls back down toward the Earth. And so you're turning all of that fuel, the 1.8 million pounds of thrust that you were talking about, you're turning all of that into velocity. So right now they're going 0 miles per hour. After 9 minutes of lighting that rocket, you're going to be going 17,500 miles per hour. And it's timing. So that's why we're counting down 2 hours and 56 minutes to liftoff to the second, because that's when the Earth rotates underneath the International Space Station's orbital plane, and then that's the moment that we have to take off. So it's an instantaneous launch window.
And that instantaneous launch window at exactly 12:09 and 24 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. You talk about catching up to the ISS, the day that we have and the time gets them there because we are in the same orbital plane. Our first two astronauts clear from the bio break. Zena Cardman, Mike Fincke walking out and getting a look at their rocket, arm in arm.
It's a tall rocket, so it's hard to actually look up that. So you've got to lean back to be able to really see it.
You know what? It looks like Mike Fincke, who's on the right-hand side, has a little more lean. What's interesting about him is he's wearing an upgraded suit called an R2. The Zena, let's go, just circling her arms, let's just go.
Yeah.
But he's wearing an upgraded suit that SpaceX says has more mobility and more flexibility in it.
Well, he just demonstrated that.
Well, he sure did, didn't he?
Oh, no, Zena wasn't going to be outdone. No, it's awesome to see them, the excitement, the emotions that you feel as you're getting ready to do something like launch into space. Astronauts are humans. They feel all those same emotions, and so it's fun to see some of the excitement come out and on display.
Spillover right there on the launch pad, because there will be time for things to get serious once they get into the cabin. We turn on the launch escape system and start flowing propellants. But right now, just like you said, a nice moment at the base of the launch pad where those emotions spill out. But talking about the suit, Mike Fincke is the only one who is wearing, you can contrast his suit with Zena's. It looks exactly the same, but it's constructed differently. It has a circumventual zipper as opposed to a vertical zipper. So, as you know, you got into your spacesuit like a onesie. His spacesuit has been upgraded and redesigned and has that circular zipper that allows 7 inches of flexibility in the suit, so you can adapt it to different body sizes. Whereas the suit that you wore and that Zena is wearing and the rest of the crew has to be tailor-made, and there's not much adjustment on those.
Yeah, and it's also a demanding engineering challenge because it has to be mobile when it's unpressurized, but then when you inflate this, you also have to create a volume where you can be inside of this rigidized suit and be in there comfortably for hours if need be. And so that's a challenge to get a suit that does that. And so this next generation of suit is designed to be able to accommodate that wider range a little easier.
It'll be good for the astronauts, more comfortable, more flexible, especially, as you mentioned, when you pressurize it, which I guess is like a giant, just human-sized balloon. This is a great shot from our flight operations team here at Kennedy. You can see the 2 crew members, somewhat small, getting ready to enter the crew access arm. And here they come, Commander Zena Cardman and pilot Mike Fincke, getting ready to board Dragon Endeavour, and they are all smiles.
Ear-to-ear grins. It's awesome to see.
And what a beautiful vista behind them as you look out at the views of the spaceport. Mike just gave us the 2 guns. He's a character. Now, before they get into the spacecraft, some important business at hand here, wanting to make sure that no FOD or foreign object debris goes into the spacecraft. So the 2 suit technicians and the closeout crew there, making sure that they take care of that, as well as this tradition right here, Nick.
Yeah. It's got to sign that wall. That means you're going. And so every crew that's launched off of commercial Crew Dragon launched off of 39A has been able to sign around that NASA meatball. And it's little moments like that that connect you with the legacy of the program and make you feel connected in a way where you understand, hey, I'm taking the next step, and it's an important step. There's a lot of people that got me to the point where I can take this step, and hopefully there's a lot of people coming after me that are going to continue to take steps.
Countdown. Crew are in the white room, and this is on schedule.
You'll hear these audio call-outs from time to time from the crew operations and resource engineer with updates, and we'll pause to listen to them. Here are the two mission specialists now doing their rocket recline, looking up at their ride.
I think they studied technique from Zena and Mike because they had it down.
Seemed like kind of like a rock and roll kind of pose, didn't it? They will be riding the other elevator. This, of course, is Heritage Space Shuttle equipment. Those elevators, they used to just have numbers in them. And they're headed up to the 275-foot level, so 28 stories high are the crew on the left, all the way up at the top. The crew at the bottom now getting ready to ascend that distance. SpaceX changed the buttons inside a little while ago to have the top button for 275 say space. Yeah. Did you punch it?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's pretty cool. I would like to go to space. Can you press space for it? Did your fellow crew member say, can space please? Can you press that button for me?
Make everybody wait uncomfortably long.
That is something you would do.
Maybe.
So Mike carefully getting into the spacecraft here, which that takes a bit of physical effort, right? You don't want to touch that seal because that is what protects you from the hostile environment of space.
Yeah, absolutely. That side hatch is going to stay closed the entire time you're in space. The next time you're going to open that is when you're bobbing around in the Pacific, and the recovery teams open it up to get you out. And of course, we're going to do leak checks on that here in a little bit, and it's important to be able to pass that. So you're hyper vigilant about hardware, and you mentioned that transition to seriousness as you're walking out that gantry. That's when you start to build and flip that switch in your mind of, okay, this is spaceflight hardware. This is the equipment that's going to keep me alive. You become that hyper vigilant person that you need to be.
Last two crew members there, the mission specialists, walking down the crew access arm. And the final two crew members, mission specialists Oleg Platanov and Kimiya Yui, arm in arm, thumbs up, ready to go. Split screen there, looking outside and inside the White Room. You mentioned the mission. This crew is leaving the ground with a baseline of at least 6 months, half a year in space, ladies and gentlemen. But they are being considered, and research and study and a certification process is underway to expand this to an 8-month increment, 2 months longer. And so the plan is for the Commercial Crew Program, which is here at NASA, is to certify the spacecraft Dragon to be able to support them for a return 8 months later. We know they can live on station for 8 months. We've had astronauts live there for a year. But that is a long-duration space flight.
Welcome back, everyone, to the live coverage here of Crew-11 from the Cape Canaveral Space Station. From Cape Canaveral, you're looking at a live view of the NASA live broadcast here for Crew-11, which will carry the 4 astronauts. you're on the right side of your screen. You're seeing the rocket on the Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and on the left you're seeing the same rocket in Kennedy Space Center, but the hatch from close up. And now on the right side you see that as well, but just a little further away. They're now going to be transferred into the hatch, and there they go, heads first. Come on. There was already one inside the vehicle, so this is going fairly smoothly. So yeah, that's of course great news to see that. I'll also be displaying the countdown now. We don't need the other one anymore. The NASA logo is still covered though. Apologies about that. I just don't want any problems. Let's listen back to the coverage here.
We've counted down about an hour and 20 minutes so far. And we're cruising to liftoff. T-minus 2 hours and 44 minutes. T0 is 12:09 p.m. Eastern Time. A look at the signatures on the wall inside the White Room. And I would love to see if we can make out my co-host's signature there.
You won't. You won't.
No?
I launched off Slick 40 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
Indeed you did.
Yeah, so there's two lonely signatures over there on Space Launch Complex 40 right now.
That's right, and that was a late change, and my apologies for that, because you were initially supposed to launch off a 39A.
Yes, it was. We were the first to launch off. We were actually the first humans to launch off of that launch complex. The certification process you mentioned, the certification process for extending the life of Endeavour. Same kind of thing happens for the ground station as the launch complexes, and they were able to get that process done in time to support us to be able to launch off there. So it was a thrill to be able to be a member of the Space Force and launch off of a Space Force launch complex.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And you're the only two signatures there.
Yeah. Well,
so,
hopefully we can fix that. Hopefully we can fix that.
Yes, absolutely. SpaceX has two launch pads here that are human rated for spaceflight, and that gives them great redundancy, great capability as well for NASA to have access to. Right now, the teams are working in parallel. The crew members inside Dragon getting settled into their seats that they will ride up into space, while outside the closeout crew handles the matter of making sure that the seal's integrity around the side hatch is maintained. And then once they get them all settled and finish up their work inside with the crew, they'll depart. You can see number 22 still inside. The support crew will come out of the capsule, and they'll shut that hatch that you see right there, that side hatch. As Nick mentioned, when that is shut and they've secured it, they will leak test it to make sure it can withstand the rigors of the harsh environments of space. But in order to see and communicate with the crew that's inside, both of the closeout crew members here taking a knee.
Yeah, and you can see a couple of the ninjas inside. They're, principally getting everybody strapped in nice and snug. Then they're also providing them with some of their personal equipment. You see the white satchels that they'll wear on their thigh. It's a place to put their tablet, as well as some writing utensils and some other things that they may need in terms of personal gear. And make sure everything's situated, because once you're strapped in, they don't want you coming out of those straps until you're floating around.
Certainly want all that in order and in place for the very exciting ride up into space, but it's also going to be a long one, Nick. This is a 38.8-hour phasing, which means from the time that they lift off to the time that they dock to the International Space Station, almost 40 hours in space. This is the longest ride to space so far for NASA's Commercial Crew program, flying the Dragon, which we are now in our 12th flight, Crew-11, the 11th operational mission, but we have to include Demo 2, which was the first test flight.
Yeah, 40 hours is a long time. So it only takes, less than 10 minutes to get to space. And then, this gets back to the question before of how do you catch up to the space station? Well, we phasing is the word that we use, but essentially in different orbital altitudes you move different speeds, and so we adjust the orbital altitude of the Dragon capsule to allow it to catch up to the space station, and in this case it's going to take 40 hours to do. Most of that time, a few minutes after they have arrived on orbit, they're going to be able to take their spacesuits off, and then essentially you're camping out inside the Dragon capsule, waiting for those 40 hours to elapse so that you can dock and open the hatch and get to work.
That's astronaut Nick Hague, commander of Crew-9, flew just a couple missions ago for NASA. Also flew...
Dragon, ready for com check.
SpaceX copies, we are configured, so seat 1, seat 2, seat 3, seat 4, com check.
Seat 1, loud and clear.
2, loud and clear.
3, loud and clear. Seat 4, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Umbilical com check complete. Report when ready for seat rotation.
So you just heard from each one of the crew members on board as they went through all of their communications with the Crew Operations and Resource Engineer, otherwise known as the Core. You heard him communicating with each one of the crew members just now. As I was mentioning, Nick Hague flew 2 Soyuzes to space. The first one didn't make it to station, was an in-flight abort. Came back down to the ground. You flew again the second time. On MS-12, you did make it to station. We are getting ready to do the suit leak checks, but first, we want to take some social questions as we go along. Nick Hague is our astronaut expert at the ready. If you want to submit a question, please do. We would love to hear from you. Just use hashtag AskNASA on the platforms that we have on Facebook, X, YouTube, and Twitch. And we have a question in on the lower right hand of your screen. Yes, Benny asks, what was the hardest part in becoming an astronaut?
I think that's a different answer depending on which astronaut you ask. There's so many things that we have to train to be able to do, whether that's, operate high-performance jets, aircraft, spacecraft, or learn the engineering behind all the systems on board of those that keep us alive, to the medical support that you might need to be able to provide because you need to be the doctor for the crew. But I think for me, me, the single most challenging aspect was learning a second language at the age of 38. And, you know, getting selected, and the first day on the job, I started my Russian language training because to be on board the space station, you have to be able to speak English and Russian, regardless
it's a requirement.
Regardless of where you come from. So, you know, Kimiya, native Japanese, but he has to be able to speak English and Russian.
Right.
And so it's amazing how difficult it is if you didn't grow up learning a second language very young, how hard it is to rewire your brain late in life.
Dragon, ready for seat rotation.
Copy, ready for seat rotation. All other teams are ready, so we will be initiating seat rotation now.
Copy.
And so you're about to see those seats articulate upwards. This is their entry position, but they will now be articulated into launch position so that they are resting on their backs and able to see those screens just above them, just above the heads of the pilot and commander. You can see Zena Cardman currently touching some of the buttons in the screen on just ahead of her, the heads-up display, and there they go. Getting some waves from the camera person who is on the launch tower right before they back out and shut the hatch. Boots up.
Yep, that position is important, because when you're launching, you want to make sure that G-force is coming through your chest, because it's easier for your body to handle. But then when you're landing, and the impact of landing, you want to make sure that you're in that more upright orientation. It's all for crew safety. It does allow them to see the displays better.
Dragon SpaceX, seats are in the launch position. With that, you are go for Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
And now that they can see those displays better, they can start operating them. And so Zena's going to step through suit leak checks here with the rest of the crew.
I did not know that they articulated them down for re-entry.
Yeah, after the main chute's open, then they will they rotate down.
How about that?
Actually, it's once you come back through a certain G level on re-entry, that's the trigger, and then they rotate, and then you
automatically come down.
Yeah, you get chutes and everything else.
Now that we have Crew-11 seated inside of the spacecraft, we want to go back and hear the story of your first space flight, Nick, which was, to say the least, an adventurous one. One that did not end with you getting to the International Space Station, but rather an in-flight abort. This helps us underscore just how important safety is in this moment as the astronauts prepare. So here you are, a number of years ago, getting ready to launch for MS-10, giving a wave goodbye. Talk me through your first space flight.
Yeah, you know, when I look at this picture, it almost snaps me straight back. It's a beautiful fall day in the steppes of Kazakhstan. You know, we're on, you know, the same launch pad there that Yuri Gagarin launched into space on, and so you feel that deep connection, that legacy I talked about, the human exploration of space. And so we're getting ready to walk up to the elevator. There's a few stairs. It's a turn back photo op and wave to the management that's taken you all the way up to the base of the rocket that's sitting there, that's white with frost because it's full of rocket fuel at that point, and you're on your way. So I mean, it's everything you dream of. It's at that point I've spent 40 plus years dreaming about that day happening, and then liftoff.
And copy, tear complete. You have a go for Section 3, suit leak check.
So as we listen in, the suit leak checks.
Go for Section 3.
They will pressurize the suits of the crew inside the cabin. Very important matter. As you're lifting off here, what are you feeling?
In many respects, the feeling of the Soyuz lifting off the launch pad is very similar to Dragon. The rockets are about the same size. You feel just kind of this slowly increasing pressure of being pushed down into your seat, the rumble and the kind of the subtle vibration as you're going, but it's pretty smooth. I'd liken it to being in an electric car and somebody just kind of smashing the accelerator, pushing you into your seat, and you're off. And it was, a smooth ride for the first 2 minutes leading up to the point where those external boosters you see on the base of the rocket are empty, and then they need to separate from the rocket.
And that's what led to this moment right here, Nick, when those boosters didn't do quite what they were supposed to.
Yeah, one of them didn't. They're supposed to propel themselves away from the center, the core stage. One of them didn't do that and actually impaled the core stage, caused it to essentially disintegrate in that split second. So we're 30 miles above the Earth, going 4,000 miles an hour, kind of pointed straight up. As that happens, it tilts us a little bit, and in that second in which all that occurs, the launch escape system pulls us, my crewmate Alexei Ovchinin, the commander on the mission, and I, to safety.
And that shot is the shot before. If we look back to that one, it's blurry because that's a screenshot from just how violently things were shaking.
Yeah,
inside.
there was in that instant, the indications to us are a flashing red light, an alarm's going off, and then there's a little red indicator that says there's a rocket emergency, and then you're also being shaken kind of side to side for a second or so, and then it's peaceful because at that point we're going so fast, we've come off, we're just kind of coasting uphill in this slow tumble to the edge of space, and I can remember looking out as we got to the top of that trajectory and seeing the dark black of space and the curve of the Earth below, and thinking to myself, well, we're not going to get there today.
Just not going to make it.
Yeah, and so in the moment you have those little moments where the reality of the situation pops out. Now it's it starts to set in. Okay, what do I need to do to survive? And that's get back into the procedures.
Right. And so that view we saw from looking up in the sky, your rocket is coming apart. You no longer can ride that into space. It's done. Now you're on the emergency systems, and you come down back to Earth, and that's you on the right. In the middle, right middle, hugging your wife.
Yeah.
And that looks like quite the deep embrace.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the moment when you're responding, the training kicks in, you're able to compartmentalize all of the emotion of the situation. It's in the aftermath of that, that's less than 6 hours after we had launched that we're back at the aerodrome there, and that's when the emotions, you're human. That's when it comes out. And Katie had witnessed all of that and gone through that roller coaster ride at the same time, along with my kids and my family that were all there, with less information than I had because I was going through it. There was, probably 20 minutes where she didn't know what the outcome was.
Dragon, we see the same. Closeout team will perform final closeout steps and then exit the capsule. You can proceed to section 4, side hatch close, and report when ready to close hatch.
And just a quick note.
Copies. Proceeding section 4, Wilco.
We are still tracking the operations inside the Dragon Endeavour that you see there. They are doing checkouts of the suits, pressurizing them, getting ready for launch. As we listen to a very important story that Nick Hague just told us about surviving an in-flight anomaly where his rocket came apart, but the launch escape system for Soyuz saved his life and the life of his crewmate and brought them back to their families.
Yeah, the way you phrase that's important. The launch escape system. the engineers that developed the escape system, the people in the factory that assembled it, all of these people that I don't get to meet or would not normally get to meet. The space program, the human exploration of space, is built on trust. Trust in that everybody who's got a job is committed to being perfect in that job. And it's not just the crew that rides on top of the capsule, but it's everybody. And you never know when your decision, your responsibility, your action is going to be the one that saves the day.
Absolutely, and that's why you often hear so many times the engineers uttering how important it is to get the job right, to do it right, to make sure everything is ready for launch. And this crew has their launch escape system. We will go through their checks, we'll check the health of it, and we'll also arm it for launch.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX, Dragon, loud and clear.
Core has you loud and clear. TDRS comm check is complete. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, DC on countdown 1, comm check.
DC, Dragon, loud and clear.
DC loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
MD, Dragon, loud and clear.
MD loud and clear as well. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground.
You're listening to communication
Dragon,
checks
MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
through each of the 3 paths to this spacecraft.
MD, Dragon, loud and clear.
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1 with a comm check.
LD, Dragon, loud and clear.
LD loud and clear. Stand by for comm check on Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD, Dragon to ground, comm check.
LD, Dragon, loud and clear.
LD loud and clear.
Dragon, SpaceX, launch configuration comm checks are complete.
Dragon copies, and crew are ready for side hatch closure.
Copy, crew readiness for side hatch closure. Closeout team is taking final steps in prep for that closure, so stand by for that in a few minutes. The vehicle will then transition to pad hatch closed. Ensure all items are secure from now through launch.
Dragon copies, Wilco.
Those communication checks, Nick, were really important for each of the crew members to be able to speak to some very important members of the launch team.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've got the comm checks you've been hearing with Core, which is really the voice from the SpaceX control room to Dragon. But you've also got the launch director, the mission director in there as well. And then it gets more complex because you're checking multiple different ways that you're going to be able to get the communications there, whether going direct from ground to Dragon or whether using the TDRS relay satellites. So communications critical, being able to verbally talk, but then the other connection that you can't forget about is the telemetry and the vehicle communication down to the ground. Dragon is a highly autonomous vehicle and has a pretty close couple with mission control on the ground to be able to monitor all of that automation.
You're watching launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's Crew-11 mission to the International Space Station. Nick Hague, our astronaut co-host today, walking you through the operations, just told a very powerful and moving story about his first launch, which ended with a flight abort. but brought him and his crew members safely to the ground, back to his family. He launched again on MS-12. But that story brought forth a question on social that we want to take now. We're taking your questions live and bringing them to Nick, who's answering them as we go. So Oscar asks, Nick, you're one of the very few people in history who have ever aborted in flight. How did it feel as it happened?
Yeah. We spend so much time training for what to do when things go wrong. I'd venture that we spend about 95% of our training focused on what to do in the event that something goes wrong. And so the situation of the abort is one that Alexei and I performed in the simulator about 8 months before we launched and experienced it. And so there's the one time in the sim. It's a very short simulation. The actual flight was less than 20 minutes. The simulation's less than 20 minutes. But we had run those procedures. And the sum total of all of that training is that you get very disciplined at running procedures because you know that those procedures are the things that are going to keep you safe when things don't go right. So in the moment, there is the oh boy moment when it's happening. The alarm's going off, the lights flashing, everything's kind of shaking, and it takes you a second or two to fully process exactly what's happening. And then there's I had the realization that, if this was going to be a really bad day, it would have happened, so I've got a chance. So the best way to protect Alexei and I is for both of us to do our procedures and focus on those. And so you compartmentalize all of those emotions. You kind of set those to the side and you focus on doing your job. And so we run through the procedures and we talk with Mission Control in Moscow and surprisingly, I spent so much time in Star City training. That Russian that I was talking about being painful to learn, that is just naturally coming out because all of our communications are in Russian. And then it's not until you touch the ground, the search and rescue forces come and extract you. They were there within like 10 minutes. They come and extract us and pull us out under the parachutes. It's at that moment when your body can relax. You can stop focusing on all the things you need to do to be safe because you know you're safe. And then that's when shock kind of rolls over you. And your body just tries to process everything that happened. We're human. You can't bottle that stuff up forever. And so it was you could hear the waver in my voice when I called Katie and on the satellite phone and said, hey, I'm okay. I actually had to leave a voicemail because she had her phone off.
Oh no.
But we have that voicemail, and I've been able to listen to it, and it's pretty amazing.
Wow. Thank you, Oscar, so much for that question. And thank you, Nick, for that beautiful answer. We are continuing to document Crew-11's steps through their mission operational timelines, getting ready for launch. You saw this closeout crew remove a protective cover around the seal. Now they are examining that seal and documenting, taking pictures of it, because once they shut that door, it needs to be as airtight as they can possibly get it, since you're going into the vacuum of space and it needs to protect all 4 crew members inside.
Yeah, a single strand of hair across the seal can be enough to cause it to fail the leak check. So it's got to be completely pristine. It's got to be pristine.
And we've had that happen in previous missions where exactly just that. A hair ended up on the seal, and once they did the pressure check, they saw it, opened it back up, found it, removed it, and then resealed it, and they were good to go for launch. And so there's a bit of margin in this countdown, and we're in that kind of flexible time right now where they have time to work through methodically on this procedure. Nick, we don't want to end the story with the end of MS-10. We want to go to MS-12. which was the next space flight, your next launch, and here you are now with a crew of 3. You said, I'm going back.
Yeah. That's the job. I mean, we explore because it's important, and so that doesn't change launch to launch to launch. The mindset to get back on top of the rocket isn't any different the first time than it is the second time, than it is the third time. It's, why am I willing to accept this risk? Why is my family willing to accept this risk? And it's because what we're doing up there is so important. The scientific discovery, the learning about the human body and how we interact with the environment around us, and more about the universe around us, that's just so important. And so that's why you do it. And so this time, night launch. So I got a day launch and a night launch, a twofer. And
lucky you.
It was beautiful. And you saw Christina had joined. She was going up for a year-long mission, and Alexa and I gave it another shot, and it was flawless all the way to docking. A spectacular flight.
And this was in 2019.
2019.
Just a little less than a year after MS-10 in October of 2018.
Yeah, 5 months. So we had the launch. So we had our launch abort, and then 2 months later, MS-11 launched, and they had fixed the problem. They diagnosed what the problem was with the rocket, and then 5 months later, we were on board. It takes a lot to keep the station going. We've been doing it for 25 years, and so that drumbeat of rotations of crews has to keep going.
Absolutely, and you fulfilled your role, and that photo we just saw was the completion of a successful mission to the International Space Station when you returned from space and were being brought out of that capsule.
Yeah, it's ironic because where our abort landed was in the normal landing zone. We landed there almost a year to the day later in that landing zone. And so it was the culmination of a pretty interesting year, needless to say.
How about that, as you look around, right, and go, I remember this place. But you felt a lot different.
Yes, absolutely. It's... Spaceflight changes your perspective. That overview effect that everybody talks about. The way you perceive the globe and how connected we are, and just how special the Earth is. It's profound. I wish we could get more people up there.
I hear this time and again from other astronauts that
we're almost up to 700 people now that have gone into space. I'd love that to be, 700,000 people, even if it's for short periods of time. As a veteran that's done a suborbital flight as well as an orbital flight, it's all good.
I'm sure many of our audience, I know I would love to go someday, and that's of course the aim of the Commercial Crew program, is to make space more accessible to more people. And so finally, your most recent mission, 2024, in September of that year, not too long ago, you launched back into space on Crew-9. This, of course, launched from right here on the Space Coast, Launch Complex 40, as you mentioned, the first crewed mission from that pad. But there was only 2 of you. We've talked about this. This was a crew of 2 for a special reason. You had an important mission for Crew-9.
Yeah, the seat 1 and 4 there, you can see, are empty on the uphill portion, and that was to accommodate Butch and Sonny coming back home with Alex and I 6 months later. So we were launching on a normal rotational mission to the station, and planning to do our 6-month long duration mission. And job 1, as soon as we opened that hatch, was integrating Butch and Sonny into the Crew-9 crew, and then continuing to do that research mission.
There you are, lifting off.
I got to say that, you know, the weather today is so much better than it was back then. We had a hurricane blow through a day or so before, and then there was a window and a little hole in the weather, and we shot through it. I think they've got a better weather today.
And there you are with your full crew of 4 on the way back home.
Yeah, you can see Butch in the far field there. Sonny's just off the camera, close to us, and yeah, coming home.
A very successful mission, Crew 9, bringing back home Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. I imagine, did you have to kind of, you know, wrangle Sonny out of that space station? She loves being in space.
You know, I think it's universal. I mean, you want to get home to see your family after being gone for that long. You want to get back to some of the things you miss about being on Earth, but you're also sad to close the hatch and to leave that environment up there that's just so special. You know, you never know when you're going to get back, if you're ever going to get back, because, you know, everybody's future is, you just don't know. And it is just so, it just has such a huge effect on everything that you do, you know, and you bring that back. And so missing out on being able to float around or look out the window, or, you know, in some respects, it's see all of my, you know, my crewmates. So I haven't seen Alex since right after landing. I haven't seen Alexei and Oleg since the station, and so you feel this sense of time passing and the moment ending.
We are T-minus 2 hours and 10 minutes until liftoff of Crew-11, NASA and SpaceX's rotational mission to the International Space Station. In a little less than an hour, we are going to expand coverage with our friends from SpaceX joining our launch broadcast, and we'll come up on camera so you can see us, see Nick live in the flesh here as he steps us through the operations today all the way to liftoff and into orbit. A note about the weather. The launch team and the launch weather officer are discussing conditions both here and along the ascent corridor. Winds are forecast to be picking up around 14 knots and then peaking to 18 knots at launch time. So that is something that they're going to evaluate closely. The winds have to be within a certain range before they'll go forward with prop load, which of course is a very careful and delicate operation. It's automated for SpaceX, but when you start loading a rocket with propellant, a lot of care has to be given to external influences like the weather.
Dragon SpaceX, we're commencing health check for launch escape system. You can expect a momentary flight computer state change, followed by transition back to pad hatch closed.
Dragon copies.
And so you mentioned the weather, and it gets right to the point that they're making here is the weather's got to be good so that we know that the launch escape system can be used, so we can arm that before we start loading that propellant. So at the moment we start loading all this dangerous stuff onto the rocket, we make sure that the crew has got a way to get out of there in a heartbeat if they need to. And onshore winds may seem like, you know, not a big deal, but if you're coming down under a parachute on a capsule that's not supposed to land on land, you want to make sure that you don't drift onto the land. And so that's why they watch all of those conditions.
Critically important, those winds. And so The teams will be evaluating this again just before prop load. Of course, this is a forecast that we see right now, but what actually happens to the winds in the moment that we're getting ready to launch, or getting ready to arm the escape system, rather, and then load props could be different. So that's why we watch it in real time. Winds are notably fickle here at the spaceport because of what Nick just said. That sea breeze, it gets kicking up. You can see our flag out by the launch clock right now, starting to blow just a little bit. So we'll be monitoring that throughout the rest of the countdown going into T-minus 50 minutes.
Yeah, it's a beautiful sight, though, isn't it?
It is indeed. And what has shaped up to be a beautiful day for launch so far. If you're just joining us, we'd like to introduce you to the crew. Crew-11 going into space today consists of the commander, NASA astronaut Zena Cardman. She holds a Master of Science in Marine Sciences from UNC Chapel Hill. Cardman has experience with NASA research in the Canadian High Arctic and has supported real-time station operations and lunar surface exploration planning. She also likes rock climbing and powerlifting in her free time. She trained for Crew-11 as the commander, but was reassigned to Crew-11 and is now the commander here. And she has, by virtue of all that training, a lot of training for a first-time flyer.
She is well prepared. She's been well prepared from day one. She had done a backup flow prior to the Crew-9 assignment. But it was a thrill to be able to go through spend the roughly 18 months leading up to the Crew-9 launch, being able to train side by side with her. She's a phenomenal crewmate and is going to do an amazing job.
Your Crew-11 pilot is NASA astronaut Michael Fincke, a veteran of 3 space flights. Fincke has completed 9 spacewalks, totaling 48 hours and 37 minutes of EVA time, and has spent 382 days in space. Fincke is a certified pilot for Boeing Starliner and SpaceX Crew-11, as well as a co-pilot, flight engineer on Soyuz, and a mission specialist on the Space Shuttle. Fincke enjoys spending time with his family, traveling, geology, and learning new languages. Unlike you, Nick. Michael Fincke loves to learn himself a new language.
We are completely different in that regard. No, actually, learning a new language opens up your appreciation for their culture and gives you a deeper understanding. And so even though it was one of the most difficult aspects of training, it's also been one of the most rewarding.
I wanted so badly to learn a second language. I studied French. It did not stick, but I certainly appreciate those who can speak another language. But thank goodness for smartphones and apps that now translate for you. So I feel like I'm missing out on less.
Yeah.
Our mission specialists, let's get to them. JAXA astronaut Kimiya Yui is Crew-11 mission specialist number 1 with 142 days in space. This will be Yui's second trip to the space station. Yui flew as a flight engineer for Expedition 4445 and became the first Japanese astronaut to capture JAXA's H-2 transfer vehicle in November 2016. Yui was assigned as chief of the JAXA astronaut group.
Yeah, and he had to learn English and Russian in order to fly to the station. So I guess this is the note that you need to give to all the kids that are listening. I want to grow up and be an astronaut. Probably the one thing you absolutely need to do is know 2 languages or more.
Well, that takes me out.
I said kids, Daryl.
Okay. So you're saying there's still a chance? Mission specialist number 2 is Oleg Platanov. The Crew-11 mission specialist is Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platanov. This will be his first trip to the International Space Station. He graduated from the Krasnodar Higher Military Aviation School of Pilots with a degree in engineering and military rank of lieutenant. He is married with 1 child. And apparently is the comedian of the group.
I think they all have a pretty good sense of humor.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. And you see that expressed, even as they were just making their way out to the pad and up into the capsule. Lots of smiles, lots of laughter.
We did see that as they were coming across the crew access arm earlier, as they made their way into the spacecraft. T-minus 2 hours and 3 minutes and counting until liftoff of Crew-11.
It's a long wait. Now they're strapped in and there's not much to do. And so you have time to reflect and think about all those, I guarantee you they're thinking about the things they need to do, but they're also thinking about all the people that helped them get into that seat. The training teams, the ops teams, everybody that supported them along the way, their families, their friends, the ones that have been the support network to get them to this day.
As Crew-11 reflects, we want to reflect on their destination, the International Space Station, one of the most extraordinary labs ever built. Here's a closer look now at how science happening up there in their destination in low Earth orbit is improving life for all of us down here on Earth.
The International Space Station isn't just a symbol. It's a powerhouse of cutting-edge science, constantly revealing secrets that defy Earth's limitations and drive us farther into the cosmos.
Our mission is research and science. We have experiments mounted on the outside of the station that are looking at Earth. We study our own bodies and how they react to space, to weightlessness, to radiation, and that helps not only us go on further in future missions, but also helps for medical research back home. And then we study lots of different things as well, like materials, combustion, all sorts of things that help us understand life back on Earth.
Yeah!
Microgravity doesn't play by the rules. It flips them upside down, transforming how liquids flow, how flames burn, and unraveling biological mysteries before our eyes.
I saw some heart tissues beating in space, and it was incredible.
Photon, we see that top one beating. Looks like happy heart cells.
But we're not just along for the ride. We're explorers, diving headfirst into the challenge and harnessing the power of this unparalleled platform, just as we have been for decades. We're on a relentless quest for answers, seeking to understand the intricate workings of the human body in space and ensuring future crews stay safe on their daring journeys beyond Earth's orbit.
The human aspect of human space exploration is always going to be very important for decades to come.
And when it comes to technology, we're not waiting around. We're discovering new ways to grow crops in harsh environments and engineering innovations to tackle Earth's greatest challenges.
We have amazing technology that allows us to recycle water and create water for us to drink. It's delicious.
Microgravity isn't just a curiosity, it's a game changer in the fight against diseases back on Earth, paving the way for breakthroughs that benefit us all and enabling new economic opportunities in space.
Welcome, Axiom 3 on board the International Space Station.
From our vantage point more than 200 miles above Earth, we are not just spectators. We're gaining unprecedented insights into the world we call home, and we're sharing our findings openly. We're not just achieving results today. We're sparking inspiration in future generations of explorers and embracing the power of global collaboration as we reach for the stars.
What was your favorite experiment on the International Space Station?
Toby, great question. My favorite experiment was the one that I got to eat. It was us growing hatch chili peppers in our plant habitat.
Station Huntsville on 2, we have video in Node 1. Look at those chili peppers.
And as we soar through space at 17,500 miles per hour, each moment is a step closer to unlocking the mysteries of our Earth, our universe, and propelling our pioneering spirit even farther into space. So come along for the ride aboard the International Space Station.
Nick, you spent more than a year cumulatively of time on that International Space Station. When you think back to the things that you work on, what comes to your mind as some of your favorite stuff?
Yeah, there's such a variety up there. Growing stem cells, doing gene editing, working with materials, trying to extrude fiber optics, or 3D printing metal or organic tissue, trying to print organs, growing lots of different types of food, whether it's tomatoes or algae or lettuce. It's so fun to be in the middle of all of that, and it's hard to pick a favorite out of all of that, but it's fascinating. And what's been fun is looking from 2019, when I did my first expedition, to the most recent expedition, being able to see the growth in complexity of the science that we're able to do up there. When you first start doing things, you're like, I don't even know if it's going to work, and once we start to figure out and adjust, now we're able to start to really reap the rewards of all of that effort.
That's a great point, because when I look at the science that's going aboard this mission, this is pretty advanced stuff. You talked about, stem cells in the early going when you were working with them on station. Now they're trying to figure out how to mass produce stem cells, which can be made at a higher quality and higher yield in microgravity, the environment that the International Space Station provides for scientists that you can't replicate on the ground.
Yeah, we go there to ask questions that we don't know the answer to. And then when we find that answer, it usually leads to a couple more questions. But that's the nature of discovery. That's the nature of building knowledge. And as we gain this knowledge, we start to identify these areas where, hey, this is something that is unique to space that'll bring benefit back down to Earth for everybody. And then we can really start to exploit that.
That is exciting, because in the end, that's what it's for, right? It is not only to advance exploration goals, but also to make life better here on Earth. And the International Space Station in its 25 years has certainly done that. An update as you watch our operations here. We have a little bit of a lull as the closeout crew in the White Room on top of the launch tower seals up the hatch to the Endeavour spacecraft. That side hatch is how the crew of 4 made their way into the capsule, and now it is the responsibility of the team that you see here to make sure that that door has a good seal, a good tight seal, before it starts to fly hundreds of miles per hour, thousands of miles per hour, and then tens of thousands of miles per hour. So this is a very important job.
Yeah, you're through that hundreds pretty fast.
What's the ride like on the Dragon specifically at liftoff?
It's smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels so smooth.
Liquid propellant?
Yeah, so you don't, I never got a chance to fly on the shuttle, but the shuttle was rough because of the solid rocket boosters.
That's what everybody said.
You don't have that, and the thrust level is a little slower here, so it also doesn't throw you off the pad. It's a slow acceleration, but it's a constant increase in that acceleration that just keeps going until you get to, kind of the end of first stage. It's just super smooth. And then when the first stage is done, it separates, and then there's 5 seconds or so before you light the second stage engine, upper stage, and so you're weightless. And that was completely different than Soyuz, because Soyuz hot stages, and so you never have that period of weightlessness. And so you spend 5 seconds and you're like, okay, we're weightless. I'm ready for it to light. I want to make sure we get there, and then it continues on. And so it's a smooth ride all the way up.
That second stage is a kicker, though, isn't it?
It all starts slow. So the G starts, and then it slowly ramps up. So there's not too many jarring moments flying on a Dragon.
We were talking earlier about the science. Let's dive into what Crew-11 will be doing. They will be busy. at T-minus 1 hour and 53 minutes until they lift off to get there. We have 2 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut inside Crew-11 right now. Inside of Dragon Endeavour, I should say, on top of a Falcon 9 rocket from Launch Pad 39A here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This crew, of course, as you see them right here, headed to the International Space Station to help maintain this very special orbiting lab. Once on board the International Space Station, Crew-11 will become members of Expedition 73-74. They will conduct research to develop the production of nutrients in space, such as vitamins. They will also evaluate mass-producing human-induced pluripotent stem cells, or iPSCs, to develop cell-based therapies for diseases such as cancer, as well as a possible alternative to antibiotics. Crew-11 will test using phage therapy to treat bacterial infections. And these things are important, and you were telling me this yesterday when we were going over the show and prepping for the show, and I asked you, is an infection or a cut worse in space than it is on ground? And you said yes.
Yeah, you know, our immune systems are suppressed. They don't operate as efficiently in space as they do on the ground. You know, and one of the experiments that I was a subject for up there, and it's an ongoing experiment, is looking at the immune system and just trying to figure out why does it get suppressed like that. But yeah, if you cut yourself and it gets infected up there, it takes longer to heal. So don't cut yourself when you're in space.
I just wrote that down as my notes for when I fly
tip.
one day.
Yes. Pro tip.
Pro tip. Yeah, and if you do, and you were explaining yesterday, if you do cut yourself, it's not like, you know, the blood goes out into space. It holds to your finger because of surface tension. Right?
Yeah, it does. Water does amazing things up there.
Just weird stuff.
If you get water, you know, it floats, and we see all these videos where it's floating as a bubble inside, you know, in front of them. But if you put your finger into that, it just kind of adheres to the surface of your hand and kind of crawls all up and up your arm, and then it'll stop, and then it becomes body temperature, and then you can't even tell there's water on your hand because there's no motion associated with it because it's just stuck in that one spot. It doesn't exert any weight on your skin. It's the same temperature, so you just don't even know it. And so you'll have water globs on you and just not notice until something gets wet.
Or somebody smells you if it's sweat.
That's true. That's true. It's polite to just hand them a towel.
All right, we're coming up on T-minus 1 hour and 50 minutes. So far, a smooth countdown. We saw Crew-11 at T-minus 4 hours get suited up. They left the astronaut crew quarters about 20 minutes away from here, got into their Teslas, rode out to the pad after saying goodbye to their family members. Under security escort, drove by the vehicle assembly building on the way, which is housing currently a moon rocket scheduled for launch of that crew, a test flight around the moon in early next year. And then they made it to this launch pad 39A, where in a little under 2 hours, they will lift off, bound for the International Space Station with an instantaneous window of 12:09 and 24 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. We're keeping an eye on the weather. Locally, showing a lot of promise as it's a sunny day, a very hot July day here in Florida, as they typically are this time of year. But the winds have kicked up just a bit. You can see that in the texture on the Atlantic Ocean there. And the launch weather officer is monitoring winds, expected to increase right around the T0. So, as Nick pointed out earlier, that's an important criteria, a launch criteria that they have to monitor so that the launch escape system can operate properly. That would take them out over the Atlantic Ocean. Winds need to be in the right direction and the right strength in order for that system to operate correctly. We're also looking at launch weather here, or rather around the world, along the ascent corridor, where there are areas where, just in case, just like you, when you aborted, there was an area for you to go on land because Soyuz lands on land. With Dragon, you have abort locations along the eastern seaboard and then beyond?
Yeah, effectively it's all the way up the East Coast, and then kind of your last opportunity that you would need, because you'll be in orbit at that point any further on, is just off the coast of Ireland. And so we watch the weather, we watch the sea states, we make sure that, if we needed to go and pick up a crew because they had to abort and they landed in one of those zones, that the search and rescue forces will be able to get into those locations, that the weather's going to be support that kind of operation. And so weather's a little more complex when it comes to spaceflight. You've got to take a global perspective and prepare for all those different contingencies.
We've got the split screen there with Crew-11 on the inside. That camera with a prominent shot of pilot Mike Fincke's knees, dead center. But the rest of the crew is also there. To Mike Fincke's, to screen left is mission specialist Oleg Platanov. To Fincke's left, to our right, moving right to the two positions, would be our commander, Zena Cardman. And to the far, far right, next to the window, is Kimiya Yui.
There's a lot of rights and lefts there, Daryl.
Yeah.
We need some on-screen graphics to make it.
Yes, I think you're right about that. And so after you're done here today, we will be drafting you into our production team.
Okay, great.
Nick. We could use the help. No, we've got a great team that does a great job, but I do appreciate that.
You can make out below the crew cargo.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, so there's cargo supplies for them, but there's also science that they bring up, as well as survival equipment. So there's 3 pallets that are below those 4 seats that are chock full of gear.
And the red one is like, that's like first aid kit, possibly?
Your red one is the life raft.
Life raft, okay.
Yeah. So we showed a clip of that in the NBL at the very beginning, where you throw that out and there's a bottle. As you throw it, the rope will extract and then eventually pulls on a bottle that inflates it, and that's what they were crawling inside of in the NBL for training.
It also looked like they had water wings.
Personal flotation devices, yes.
They looked like water wings to me, Nick.
Yes. We trained for that kind of thing, so it's a standard you have to meet to be able to, all of you, go from this configuration they're in right now to put on the personal flotation device and get out of the capsule in 90 seconds.
Well, their destination when they launch at 12:09 p.m. Eastern Time is the International Space Station, or ISS. This will be commemorating a significant anniversary on November 2nd. When we get to that date, we will have had 25 years of continuous human presence aboard this orbiting laboratory.
And liftoff. International Space Station is underway.
We are in the golden age of the space station right now in terms of the return on investment and what we're able to do there.
One of the great legacies of the space station is not just going to be science, but very importantly, the international cooperation. This is perhaps most prominent, international cooperation for exploration.
5 years. You know, every roughly 6 months or so, a crew doing a rotational mission with a handover, and it's been a thrill to be a part of those rotational missions. To be able to just watch the evolution of science and see how we're learning how to really utilize the laboratory to its full potential. I don't know where those clouds came from. They need to blow away. So the crew's sitting in there, T-minus 1 hour and 42 minutes. This is the moment where crew is sitting in there and you don't have a lot to do except reflect. The next big events are when you arm the launch escape system at about 45 minutes, T-minus 45. Prop load will start about T-minus 35. That's when there's activity and you start to bring in focus. Now it's a time-honored tradition in spaceflight to have to endure long moments of waiting for big things to happen. That's a better view. I don't see the clouds. And right now, I'd like to hand it over to Mission Control. The team at Johnson Space Center is tying in with us. How are you guys doing?
Hey Nick, hey Daryl, we're doing good over here. This is Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station's Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center. The team continues to prepare for launch and is being led today by Flight Director Scott Stover. Today we will be launching the 11th rotational crew mission to the International Space Station under the agency's commercial crew program. Following Crew 11's arrival, the space station will have a total of 11 crew members represented by 3 different agencies aboard for just a few days. Once on board, Crew 11 will go over a brief handover period and procedures with the off-going Crew 10, including a safety briefing and orientation, and then the new crew will jump right in to help advance scientific knowledge and demonstrate new technologies. After a few days of handover activities, the members of Crew 10 will prepare for their undocking and return to Earth. Direct handovers between crews allow for continuity of the activities and helps to ensure a continuous U.S. presence on the space station, which is about to celebrate 25 years of continuous presence in November. Ahead of Crew 10's return, JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi will turn over command of the space station to Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Ryzhikov. The space station is currently in Expedition 73, and in the fall, NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Kudzverchkin and Sergei Mikhailov will join the on-orbit crew. Shortly after the departure of the Soyuz MS-27 with NASA astronaut Johnny Kim, coming home will mark the commencement of Expedition 74, which will be led by the new commander, Mike Fincke. All of this, of course, coming up after today's launch. We continue with the countdown, and with under 2 hours before launch, we'll send it back over to the Kennedy Space Center. Daryl and Nick?
Thank you very much, Sandra. Back here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, T-minus 1 hour and 38 minutes and counting until liftoff of Crew 11 aboard a Falcon 9 rocket. The spacecraft Endeavour, the flight leader currently in the fleet of Dragon spacecraft, It is a lovely day here in Florida. You're looking up in the skies now, and as typical for this time of year, starting to get a little cumulus clouds forming as the cool sea breeze makes its way over land, encountering the warm air here in Florida. Hot and humid air. So we are expecting to get a few cumulus clouds. That was a minor concern for weather. We are still 90% go, but that 10% was for cumulus clouds, and we're starting to see them forming in our shots around the pad. But we're not expecting that to be clumped over top of the pad at T0, so we're still 90% go. One of the first things Crew-11 did, they came together as a team and they designed this patch that you see here. This is a tradition for all spaceflight missions, human spaceflight missions, and science missions. You design a mission patch. And this is the one for Crew-11. The colors of this patch, celebrating the 3 nations they represent. And the 3 stars that you see there, the ones with a starburst, they honor their space agencies working together, the 3 of them, NASA, Roscosmos, and JAXA. The 2 sunbeams that you see coming from the upper right, shining down, well, they make the number 11, shining on a tiny blue dot, our home on Earth. The dragon looks on, of course, a nod to both the spacecraft and the spirit of exploration, while a red flame wraps around it all, symbolizing the full journey: launch, life in space, and a safe return home. And if you look closely, you can see a tribute to their children in the stars. This is a reminder that the missions like this, as we know, when we got the question from 8-year-old Knox earlier, they help to inspire the next generation. Appreciate all those young folks who get the bug for space knowledge and to learn about space and exploration, which requires a good foundation in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
Yeah, it all starts with education. I think children grow up inherently curious. I mean, we've been there and we've asked why, and we've all been in the position where we've had, someone sit there and just continue to ask why. That's really what we're doing on the station with all of our research, all of our exploration. We're asking the question why in a bunch of different ways and trying to find the answers. We're just wired that way.
It is so true. And speaking of kids are on the mind of some of our crew members. Talking about Oleg Platanov. He has a child whose toy he is bringing aboard the International Space Station, taking one of his kids' toys so that it will be a spaceflight flown toy when it comes back down to Earth, along, of course, with pictures and some other artifacts. But each one of the crew members gets to take something up, and that's what Oleg's taking.
Yeah. So I hope it's not his kid's favorite toy.
Yeah,
he's going to be without it for a while. No, but
that might cause more of a problem on Earth.
But it's something absolutely that Oleg's child's going to just cherish the rest of his life. And having the opportunity to bring up little things to be able to give as mementos to friends and family is huge.
Oleg's fellow mission specialist, Kimiya, Yui, Well, he's bringing a lot of pictures of family, friends, and colleagues, and one of the pictures he's going to take up, he's going to then give back to the people who gave him the photos, so that's a touching thing. We talked earlier in the show about what Mike Fincke is bringing up. He's bringing up a Gamasa from the state of Assam. He, of course, said in a press conference recently he's been married 25 and a half years to a wife, his wife of Indian origin, and the Gamasa is a silk scarf that carries with it the blessings for his trip to the ISS from her side of the family. And he's taken one not only on this mission, but he's taken that Gamasa on all 3 of his previous missions as well.
Yeah. Good luck charm. I'd stick with it. It's working well for him.
That's right. Whatever you took on your first flight, I hope you put somewhere, buried somewhere. No, just kidding.
So I use the same zero-G indicator on all 3 flights.
Did you?
Yeah.
You're not. You're like, no, I'm not buying any of this luck stuff. You're like, let's stick with what works.
I trust the people behind it.
That's a great answer. And then, of course, finally, Zena, our commander, she's, of course, taking, like the rest, photographs of family and friends. But because of her previous assignment to Crew 9, the mission that you ended up commanding, her stuff went up early. And one of the things that she mentioned that she is taking up and shared with the public was that she has some cards that were written by her late father that she included in Crew 9, but now we're coming up on anniversaries in a certain amount of time that he has not been with her, and she gets to now see those cards again when she arrives at the International Space Station.
Yeah, it's truly touching, and it was one of those things. Once Alex and I got to the station, being able to make sure that we got that stuff set aside and ready for her, knowing that she was going to come in trail, and it's going to be a special moment for her.
That's right. You actually had her stuff put into place.
Yeah, packaged it all up. Yep. She may even have a birthday gift up there waiting for her. Who knows?
Well. Teaser. What is it?
Nice try.
Well, it'll be up to her on whether she shares it or not, but we'll stay tuned. We will stay tuned.
Yeah, but those things show you that it is a very human endeavor. We're not just launching satellites into space. There's this exploration aspect, but there's this layer of humanity over the top of it that's so important, and all of these little gestures just bring that to light.
We are currently 1 hour and 30 minutes until liftoff of Dragon, flying Crew-11 to the International Space Station. There you see Endeavour, the capsule at the very top. 6th flight today for that capsule. The number of historic flights that it has under its belt, beginning with Demo 2, and then going on to Crew 2, Axiom 1, Crew 6, Crew 8. Long history with CCP, the Commercial Crew Program, which has a fond place in the hearts of the folks who work for CCP for this spacecraft. Spent a lot of time reviewing data and examining it, getting it ready for each flight that it flew for NASA.
It's a workhorse.
It is, and as you know, spaceflight is hard on equipment, so those checks and examination of the data and looking over the critical systems is an important part of making sure that capsule can continue on. It's currently at its 6th flight, but these spacecraft were only certified for 5. CCP did a recertification, moving it up to 6 flights. Ultimately, SpaceX would like to fly these capsules 15 times, and they say that they have systems that are ready.
I want to give you here a little update. Commentary from me will resume in around an hour or so, and we will have Anti-Zero, I believe, joining us today. So he will be on in just about an hour from now. So we would hope and like to see you in an hour for continuous commentary from us too. Until then, you will be listening to the NASA broadcast. So yeah, we'll see you in about an hour, 30 minutes before launch.
Our friends with SpaceX, as they will continue on with us in our launch coverage. We'll have everybody up on camera. We'll turn our cameras on. They'll turn theirs on, and we'll get to see everybody from our locations around the United States, both here in Florida, in Texas, and California. Let's talk a little bit more about the science, in particular what Crew-11 is going to be working on. One of the questions they're facing is, how do you grow vitamins in space, or even use viruses to help fight bacteria on a spacecraft? Well, for the past year and a half, Crew-11 has been training to support cutting-edge research like this aboard the International Space Station. First up, Bionutrients 3. The study is looking at how to make essential vitamins and nutrients in space so astronauts can stay healthy on long missions. They'll be testing samples like yogurt, kefir, and a yeast-based drink to see how well they work in microgravity. Next up is Stem Cell X IP1, which uses space to grow stem cells. These stem cells can turn into any type of cell in the body and could one day help treat diseases like cancer. Growing them in microgravity may produce more volumes of cells, mass producing them, and better ones than we can make on Earth. And then there's Genes in Space 12. It's testing phage therapy, which uses viruses that could target and kill bacteria. It could be a powerful alternative to antibiotics, especially in space where infections can become harder to treat. Some really fascinating research happening on board station. In addition to the human research side of things, you were talking about this earlier, each one of these astronauts will be studied, many of their biological functions and their, of course, biological data will be studied as their time comes to a close in space, and studied afterwards, studied during, studied afterwards, and possibly it being an 8-month mission.
Yeah, you have the opportunity as crew members to volunteer to be a human test subject for a lot of different experiments that are focused on how does microgravity and the space environment, the high radiation environment, how does that affect human physiology? And it runs the gamut from just muscle and bone health all the way down to genetic structure and how that changes, or how our immune systems might be suppressed. And we've been doing this for 25 years and we're still learning.
Space is hard on the human body, is it not?
It is, but the body is so amazing in how it adapts. It is constantly responding to the environment around us, and we don't really see that on Earth because the changes in the environment around us aren't dramatic enough. But when you pull us out of Earth and put us into space, that dramatic change, you get to watch your body respond to all of that, whether it's spinal growth and straightening that causes you to grow a little bit taller, whether it's the fluid shift and the pressure distribution within your vascular system is more balanced, and you feel that in your head. It goes even to the way you perceive the environment around you and your mental predictions of how things behave. You start to predict and think in weightlessness. All of that adapts, and you've got a front row seat for it, so it's pretty amazing.
Literally experiencing the changes happening within your own body. Jessica Muir says she came back and she could actually see better than she did before.
All right, another update here, real quickly. we will now be taking a coverage break with music, so you will be not hearing the NASA commentary anymore. If you still want to hear it, you can of course go to the NASA or SpaceX stream to hear their commentary of it. We will have our own commentary next up, and now we're just gonna have a little break. We'll be back around 30 minutes before the launch, so we'll see you then. Just half an hour away until 4 astronauts fly into space. Welcome back to the live coverage here of Crew-11 here. Today I am here with Anti-Zero as promised. Welcome to the stream.
Hello.
Well, it's nice to have you here today.
Yeah, same really. I'm super excited to see the launch of Crew-11.
So, just turning this on now. It might be a little bit annoying at first, but we'll get used to it in a sec. So, once again, welcome everyone, or welcome back to the live coverage here after a long break. We are here to witness Crew-11 launch into space, and we finally got actual clean feed here to witness this
stage 1 cryo-helium
beautiful
loading.
launch. Let's listen in, because we're getting mission control audio here as well. Thank you. So, well, I got it, so I should be get it. I should have bought it already, but okay, I guess I get it now. So, well, about Crew-11, because it's a pretty it's a pretty launch today with 4 astronauts, or I should say, yeah, 4 astronauts. I believe 2 Americans, right? Am I wrong? I believe there were like,
yeah,
2 American astronauts. Yeah, 2 American astronauts, one from JAXA, so Japan, and one from Russia, Roscosmos. And in just half an hour, that's gonna be launching in an American rocket. So I cannot wait for it to happen. I hope you're very excited to see this launch, because it's gonna be one heck of a ride here. And yeah, we're gonna witness that full launch. We will end our coverage after Crew Dragon deploy. You can still follow the Dragon on the SpaceX website. You might need to search up a little bit, but you can search up SpaceX Follow Dragon. You should get the first page, and you can follow the Dragon all the way up to the International Space Station. Now, I'm questioning, we might or might not have Crew-11 docking coverage. Let me just check when that is. Let me get my phone up.
The crazy thing is that, like, right now ISS is like at Australia.
Yeah. So yeah, it's pretty cool. And we should see Crew-11 docking at August 2nd at 9:12 a.m. my time. Which is 7:12 a.m. UTC. I think we're gonna be live for that. If that might sit well with me, I think we're gonna go live for that. Yes. So, another live stream to witness upon the Crew-11 mission. In just 26 minutes from now. So, very excited faces in everywhere around mission control, the public, everyone is excited to see us fly, especially the astronauts. I think they're the most excited here. And that could be for good reason as well, because we're gonna see a lot of events happening in the next couple of minutes. Because I have the entire checklist here from prop load until Dragon separation, and this timeline is much bigger than on the SpaceX website, because I got this from Next Spaceflight app, the mobile app, which you should recommend to download, because it has everything you need to know for launches and everything. It's awesome. I use it all the time. First I used Space Launch Now, which is also pretty cool. But then I found Next Spaceflight. It was incredible. So thank you so much, whoever recommended me that. Awesome app, awesome. And also the website is awesome. Also, amazing. Not sponsorship or anything, of course not. But it's amazing. The app is amazing. So we're 25 minutes away from the launch. We see propellant load starting. And that LOX load chill down, or the LOX chill down will begin in around 4 minutes. So we're gonna see that fully LOX loaded, fully loaded. Sorry. Oh, you're here. So let me
stage 2 cryo-helium loading.
Stage 2 cryo-helium. Okay.
The interesting thing about this mission is that the commander Zena Cardman has training for moon missions.
Oh yeah,
and
you're right.
We might see a future astronauts in Artemis plans.
The future Artemis launches, yes. You're right, because I've seen, yeah. I've been here for the past 4 or almost 5 hours. I've seen the entire NASA broadcast, yes. And that is the case. And glad to see, hopefully, that happens. Let's see. We'll probably know ever. So, next event, once again here, at least from what I'm seeing, the LOX load chill down, or the LOX chill down, liquid oxygen, and that will be chilling down. And then the second stage LOX load will begin at T-minus 60 minutes, engine chill at T-minus 7 minutes. Here's where people get that wrong. It is T-minus 7 minutes, so... Oh, I'm getting... Oh, this is not great. Hold up. Give me a second here. It's not going well. Someone just reconnected me. There you go. Should be good now. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, engine chill at T-minus 7 minutes. Strong back retract at T-minus 4 minutes 30 seconds. And then the stage 1 LOX load complete. Stage 1 and 2. Stage 1 will be at 3 minutes and 10 seconds. And stage 2 at 2 minutes 10 seconds. So exactly a minute away. And then at 1 minute, many things will happen. I'll tell you, of course, later when in the countdown. Don't worry about it. I will tell the live update of what's going on. So, no worries about that. 22 minutes away, and yeah, we're just sitting here waiting for a launch to happen with 4 astronauts. And yeah, that's basically all I really have to say. Yeah. Alright, so also fun fact here that I want to say. This booster landing, yes, the booster will land if you didn't know yet. The booster landing, it will be its final booster landing on landing zone 1. Pretty sad news. LZ-1 has supported many historic missions across its 10-year history, including SpaceX's first successful landing of an orbital class booster in 2015, which was, yes, indeed, 10 years ago, like I previously stated. Go on.
No, nothing.
Okay, so yeah, and that the booster that will be landing for its final time is going to be B-1094. It has flown 2 times, previously on Axiom 4, which was not too long ago, and Starlink 12-10. So, pretty good turnaround for this booster, about 36 days, so that's very interesting. You're looking now live at the top of the VAB, the Vehicle Assembly Building, I believe, is where this is being shot at, or filmed at. And it's pretty cool to see. Some clouds have gone in, actually. It looks pretty dark out, so I'm scared of what's going on, but I hope everything will go well. Bit of cloud, I assume they will go continue with this attempt. Not too much of worries. Okay, there we go. Liquid oxygen chill down has started now. We should see the stage 2 launch load beginning T-minus 16 minutes. So that should happen shortly here. Here, we see the launch load chill down actually now. Sorry.
I think so. Yeah, venting.
Yeah, that's the LOX low chill down here. Or the LOX chill down, I should say. Liquid oxygen being chilled down now. pretty cool to see. Of course, the big vent, we call it.
Stage 2, RP1 load complete.
What do you think of the Crew-11 badge?
The badge, I think it's pretty cool, honestly, because, yeah, the dragon, pretty cool. Yeah, I love it. That's a cool patch, not hatch. What? That was a jump scare. Ooh, sorry, I just got like jump scared by a notification. And yes, we are getting calls like you heard earlier. Stage 2 or RP1 load complete. And the stage 2 LOX load will begin shortly in 3 minutes. And of course today, like I just previously mentioned, the last booster landing on landing zone 1. Pretty sad, but it is true facts. So yeah, we'll hope that it has a future. I don't know if it's gonna ever be used for as launch pad. It's gonna be pretty
Dragon SpaceX
weird to
for
see.
countdown check-in brief.
Okay, countdown brief here. Let's listen in.
Okay, Zena, we have healthy Dragon, healthy Falcon 9, just like last time, so prop load is proceeding nominally. We do have one watch item that has popped up. There is a pop-up storm cell that is just to the north of the pad. Currently not violating any LCCs, but we are monitoring this particularly closely as it's moving offshore. We'll let you know if it starts trending towards blocking launch today, but again, not expecting that at this time.
Okay, we're hearing that there is...
Dragon copies all. We've got a healthy Dragon, healthy Falcon. We're proceeding towards launch. Only watch item is a storm cell that is north of the pad moving offshore. We'll continue monitoring, but otherwise looking great.
A storm cell popping up. A storm cell popping up near the launch pad. Like I said just a bit ago as well, we see a big black or gray cloud coming towards the launch pad. So I believe that might be the storm. I don't know, because I'm also seeing one here. So I'm wondering what's going on. Let's hope we still get that launch attempt in just 17 minutes from now, because we don't want any scrubs here today, because we've waited a long time on this launch, and let's hope it does not scrub. Well, I hope the weather should be good for the launch, and if not, yeah, that would be kind of sad, because we're seeing everything occur now. Okay, T-minus 16 minutes and 50 seconds. Stage 2 LOX load should begin shortly, and that might be the case too, because we'll probably get a call out here shortly, or not, I don't know. Maybe not, I don't know. Whoa, it's gonna be a very interesting flight, isn't it, Anti-Zero?
Stage 2 LOX load has started.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, we hear stage 2 LOX load start. Sorry for the interruption, go on.
It's kind of funny because, like, you talk about storms and immediately after you stop talking about it, there's like water pouring down my house right now, like it's crazy weather.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I summoned something, I guess. Oh god. Okay. Okay, so we just heard the call out for stage 2 LOX load beginning. If any holds occur now, I believe that could be a 48-hour hold. I don't know. 24 hours still? I don't know. I'm thinking too much about Starship, I guess. So, still looking on course for the liftoff here in just about 15 minutes from now. So, very good news. Let's hope nothing happens. I might have jinxed it just there, but I hope not. So, yeah, that's a clean launch pad waiting on a liftoff. big storm though. It doesn't look really good, I will say. Look at that. I think it's passing over, so it should be good. But weather can change, like every time or so, every few minutes. Cause like, well, the weather radar, like, it changes a lot, most because of wind direction too. And that's pretty changed. So yeah, that's and this and blah blah blah. So. Less than 15 minutes away until the launch. Pretty calm point until the launch here. Nothing much going on the launch pad. Hold up. Bro, that's crazy. Okay. Okay, about the Falcon 9 rocket here, of course, you know now about the booster, B1094, Flight 3, landing for the last time on landing zone 1, and it will be the 500th recovery attempt for a Falcon rocket. And today's crew capsule is the C-206 Endeavour, with a 515-day turnaround expected. Its 6th flight on a crewed mission here, launching from Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center. This will be SpaceX's 537th mission if you count Falcon 1 and Starship, and of course Falcon Heavy and the other rockets, or I think that were all the rockets, and SpaceX's 97th mission of 2025, including 3 Starship launches, I believe, and this will be, or 2 Starship launches, and I don't know. And for Falcon 9, this will be the 94th mission of 2025. They're really milking the Falcon 9 rocket launches here. Yeah, that was pretty harsh, but it is facts, because 94 launches and 2 were from Starship, or 3 were from Starship, I believe. That is kind of crazy. I'm not sure if there ever is going to be... Well, there is going to be a Falcon Heavy flight from some satellite. Not sure which one it is again. Alright. Oh, we have a Starlink mission. That was delayed 2 hours. So... Damn. Okay.
Elmo.
Okay, we're now looking at mission control. Beautiful views from mission control, I should say. Yeah. Black screen, what happened to one of the cams? Oh no, boys, what are you doing? Okay. So, you're now looking at the NASA Houston Mission Control, or just control room, monitoring the ISS daily, and now this mission, so... It's gonna be a very, very busy day for them. Okay, we're getting close to the launch. Are we all excited? Because this is gonna be one heck of a moment here. 4 astronauts launching to the International Space Station. So we see engine chill in 4 minutes. Till then, pretty calm. 10 minutes to go. Taking a closer look at the Falcon 9 rockets. Gonna be pretty exciting, like I said. Can't wait. We're also still listening to mission control audio. If you haven't realized by the sounds in the background, maybe you haven't. I don't know. But you may hear a little buzz in the background. I don't know if you do, but we do have mission control audio on, so you probably will hear mission control throughout this entire process. Of course you will. Like, what does that even mean? So, 10 minutes to go, 3 minutes till engine chill. Both stages looking good on launch load. And yeah, that's pretty much what's going on right now.
SpaceX, confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX, Dragon, displays are configured for launch. It is our honor, our privilege, and our choice to take part in something much greater than any individual, but it's the individuals who make this endeavor great. To each of you at SpaceX and NASA, to our partners at JAXA and Roscosmos, to family, friends, and mentors, you fly with us today. Arigato gozaimasu. Spasibo большое. Thank you. With gratitude and focus, Crew-11 is ready.
Wow. Beautiful message from the Crew-11 crew.
Sentiment is the same on the ground from everyone staying here. We have enjoyed working with you in the preparation for the mission. Looking forward to doing the same in flight. Good luck. Enjoy the ride.
Oh, that was a beautiful message from Mission Control here. Of the launch, before the launch, getting ready for an awesome flight for crew launching to the International Space Station. One heck of a ride, and they're gonna enjoy it. Of course they are. Suited up, ready to launch. So we heard displays are ready for the launch. How are you feeling, Anti-Zero, before this moment?
I don't really know, apart from saying that I'm excited.
Yeah, it is very, very exciting. I'm excited. Every single launch I'm excited, except if it's a Starlink, because we're getting used to Starlinks now. But every single launch, except Starlink, like I said, it's pretty intense. For sure with crew missions and cargo missions, these are the most intense. For sure with this launch, Crew-11, with the 4 astronauts, like SpaceX Crew launches are very, very intense. And Starship as well, I will say. Once we get crew on Starship, that's gonna be insane. We're probably gonna lose our minds once it happens. And we hope they survive.
Exactly. And 30 seconds before engine chill normally.
That's correct. We should see that soon. We're getting that pending. So next step after that will be strong back retract at 4 minutes and 30 seconds. You should hear the call out for engine chill.
Engine chill has started.
And there we go. We have the call out for engine chill starting. Amazing news. Everything's still going according to plan. 4 minutes, 30 seconds will be the strong back retract. Let's wait for that. It's going to be very excited once again. Just a few minutes ago until this spacecraft on your screen will fly to the International Space Station, arriving August 2nd at 9:15 a.m. my time and 7:15 a.m. UTC. So it's going to be one heck of a ride for these astronauts the coming days. It's going to be so cool. We'll of course be back with docking coverage. I've made up my mind now. We will be back for docking coverage August 2nd. I will be commentating.
Complete.
There we go, complete there. We will be back for docking coverage on August 2nd. I won't be commentating though, it will be the official coverage commentating. Of course, getting the clean feed stuff again, because of the International Space Station view should be all going well. So, we're coming up to that 5-minute mark until launch. That always gets me tense. And that also means, once we get the 5-minute mark, we're just 30 seconds away up the strong back retract.
And now Dragon is in internal power normally?
I believe so, yeah. You're right. So it's now Crew Dragon on internal power. We'll see the complete vehicle in startup mode at T-minus 1 minute. That's the main call out. Now we should see The strong back retract in a few seconds, minutes, seconds. I don't even know.
Falcon 9 tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract.
There we go. Good call outs. Pressuring for strong back.
in configure for terminal count.
Holy crap, who was that? I've never heard that voice before. I just got jump scared by this guy. Okay.
Same.
It has a nerdy voice to it. I'm sorry if I offended anyone in mission control, if anyone is even watching the stream. Pretty nerdy. Maybe your mic is pretty weird configured. Anyway, it doesn't matter because it's mission control. You never know.
Strong back retract has started.
Okay, strong back retract has started. We should see that now. You can see the close-up on your screen. That strong back will be retracting shortly. You'll see the clamp arms retract from the launch vehicle. And that is happening. Great shot. That's a beautiful shot. Man, I'm getting way too excited for this. This is gonna be absolutely amazing.
That's beautiful.
We get even closer to the launch. It's gonna be more tense every single time. And for good reason. Because in 3 minutes, that thing will be flying. And I still cannot believe that. So.
Exactly.
Very exciting. Indeed, correct.
I find it very funny that we see the Starship Tower behind.
Yeah, the Starship Tower behind, yeah. That's pretty funny, yeah. You can see that on our screens as well. Even in the clean feed, you can see it. Because the same shots, so...
Stage 1, lock float complete.
Alright, lock load has been complete for stage 1. In just a minute now, we should see that stage 2 lock load complete. We're getting close, guys.
Dragon is in terminal count and on internal power.
Okay, there comes the nerdy voice again. Sorry if I offended anyone. Now we're going to hear the buzzing even more, because it's going to be final countdown, which means we're getting close to it. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Stage 2 lock slow. We should hear the call out for that in just a second. Please let this go well. It's pretty cloudy. Did not expect a cloudy launch today, but okay. I will get the mic a bit closer so you can actually hear me over this buzzing. I apologize.
Stage 2, lock load complete.
Okay, there we go. Stage 2 launch load is complete. We're getting ready for that launch. We're just 1 minute, 50 seconds away. Beautiful views from the Falcon 9 rocket.
Dragon is in auto idle.
Dragon auto idle. Here we go. Now everything is automatically going automatically. And at 1 minute, we're gonna see that Falcon 9 is start up. The computers will take over the countdown, and everything will be left over to the computers taking over.
Ground gas
and we'll see it happen.
Expect loud venting.
New venting. Here we go.
On countdown, hold. We are standing down for violation of weather rules. I'll try to sequence as aborted.
No. Are you actually kidding me right now?
Oh. I know, don't check friends, not to...
Okay, we're having... Yeah, this is an automatic scrub because you cannot launch anymore. This is an instantaneous launch window. Are you serious right now? Are you...
Hold.
So you're gonna tell me I waited 5 hours and 20 minutes for this launch just for it to scrub?
Well, that's the risk. Oh yeah. Script tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Look at
Okay.
the website.
It will be tomorrow.
Same time.
Same time? No way. No way it can be same time.
Oh, look at the website.
Dragon, SpaceX, bad luck on weather there. We just got clipped by a cumulus cloud right over the pad, so ended up scrubbing for weather. With that, you are go to proceed to 5.100 for launch scrub. We'll begin offloading the rocket.
This is sad.
Dragon copies all 5.100. Too bad, but we'll be ready next time.
They're not going to be too happy about that. Okay.
Well, at least we seen beautiful view.
We had beautiful clean feed, but I'm scared if I'm ever going to get that again. Wow, this countdown is up to date. Are you sure it is tomorrow? Okay, well, sad news. We just heard it. Scrub of the launch. We're gonna turn this off now, or at least a little bit. It's now okay. So it was kind of. I didn't expect the clouds to be that rough. They were looking into that just earlier in the countdown too. But this is pretty sad, cause yeah, okay. So that will be scrubbing now. The next launch will be in 2 hours. We will be live for that. The Starlink mission. We won't have commentary as per usual, cause Starlink mission we won't have commentary on this channel. But you can still stick around in 2 hours for that launch. So we're still gonna be here for just a couple of minutes. That was not what I've expected today. It looked good. Everything looked good today. So the countdown is now stuck at T-minus 15 minutes. Because of the scrub. That will be changed quite fast. Okay.
And because of clouds.
Yeah, what do you mean cloud? There was. I already see the black clouds coming now. We had such awesome weather at the start. It was clear skies. There were no skies around. Literally, you can check back on the stream. And now, just minutes before the launch, we get this cloud bomb.
I don't really understand why does they like continue trying to launch it even if like 15 minutes earlier they see that it's coming. Like,
well, I believe they saw it coming hours before this launch, because this is easy to track weather, isn't it? So I would question why they have gone to this last minute point.
It's about Francorchamps moments.
Really? Because of the rain weather, we got cancelled. But this time it's a storm that it's not even threatening. It doesn't. From here, it doesn't look threatening. Maybe the other camera quite does. I would expect if they launched it now
Dragon SpaceX, for awareness, we're looking at approximately 50 minutes for the prop offload time. So it should be approximately 1700 UTC when we are able to proceed with 5.100 and rotate the seats.
So in about 45 minutes, the seats will recline back.
Tracking copies. We're looking at about 50 minutes for prop offload, so 1700 ETC for the rest of 5.100 and seat rotation.
So it's going to be 17. It's going to be 5 p.m. UTC once they actually can get off the rocket. Very British. I know I'm not British at all. Well, this is quite disappointing, I would say. But of course, safety risk for sure with astronauts flying on the spacecraft. I would say 10 times more risk, 100 times more risk. So, yeah.
July is gonna end.
I hope they launch around the same time tomorrow or whenever they launch again, like around the 6 p.m. mark, my time, 4 p.m. mark. UTC, because that would be great, but of course not what we wanted to see. But yeah, that's the case with launches. You need to take the risk, and that's how it is. So this Dragon spacecraft facts launched on Demo 2, Crew 2, Axiom 1, Crew 6, and Crew 8. So many launches it already took with Endeavour to fly, but now with the scrub, it's a Demo 2 moment we're getting. So yeah, I don't know how much longer they will be covering this live. They have to stay in the rocket for 45 minutes longer. And then they can get off the rocket to eventually get on back on again.
And wait some more hours in.
And wait some more hours, yes. Of course, we don't know 100% if it's going to be the next day. At least I don't know. Well, it's pretty much absolutely nothing now that we're waiting. What are we actually waiting on? This launch is scrubbed.
Detanking.
Detanking, right.
I'm so happy this scrub July ends.
Oh yeah, we got a ton of scrubs this month. Glad it ends, but I mean, it's July in Florida, in America. It's the season where many thunderstorms occur.
Propellant offload update. Estimating about 45 more minutes for propellant offload.
Tracking copies. Additional 4 or 5 minutes for prop offload.
Okay, my other stream is now tripping. After 5 hours, that was pretty. That took quite long before it tripped.
Yeah. At least we got Starlink in few hours.
Yeah, like I said, I will be streaming that, of course, without commentary as per usual. But yeah, I'll still make the stream of it. I forgot to make it. So, I guess we're waiting on detank now, which is quite. Yeah. Quite depressing to see, actually, because now we're not going to have a launch for Crew-11 with the 4 astronauts, which was really tensing up until the last minute. So, of course, this will stay public on the channel. Go ahead.
An unfavorable weather forecast for the launch site has resulted in NASA and SpaceX postponing the launch of the Crew-11 launch to 11:33 a.m. ET, Friday, August 1.
What time was it?
Let me just send you real quick.
Because I would like to see the time of the 11:43. Okay, let me calculate with my brain. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's probably 15 minutes earlier, so that's completely fine. Even better, actually, I would say. Well, I guess we're gonna be back tomorrow for 5 hours of just pure watching this. But now we know. Now we know. Okay. What a detanking.
Oh, they scrubbed it at 1 minute 7 seconds.
Yeah, I know. That was the craziest part. That they could have hold it much earlier, because I know they know. I know they knew about this weather concern, so why not scrub now? Go tomorrow. But yeah, it's still depressing. Even if it's gonna be
Will you stream the Crew-10 and docking?
I don't believe so, because I haven't streamed Crew-10 anyway, so I don't think it's... Yeah. No, I'm not gonna stream Crew-10 and docking, my bad, sorry.
Alright.
But I guess we'll be back here tomorrow again for Crew-11 action. On the same launch pad, on the same... Well, it's not the same time, not the same day, the same location, the same rocket, the same capsule, the same booster, the same landing zone, and the same astronauts, and the same seats, and the same panels. Okay, and the same logo that you're seeing on the top of the screen with TSDG, and the D is a Doge. So, well, that's gonna be it, I guess. For us. Yeah, I'm gonna close off the stream. I want to thank you, Anti-Zero, for coming, or for this. Well, I wanted to say launch, but it wasn't quite a launch. It was a
rapid and scheduled scrub.
Yeah, so I would like to see you tomorrow again for the reattempt. Just 15 minutes earlier we'll start the broadcast, still starting at 5 hours and 10 minutes before launch. I will be commentating at the start. I will be commentating just for the start, and then probably have NASA continue that. The rest until T-minus 30 minutes, once we are hopefully back with you again tomorrow. So yeah, that's gonna be it for me. Until then, do you want to say anything else before we go, by the way?
Not really. See you.
Alright, that's gonna be it for me then as well. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back in a few hours for the starting launch, and for Crew-11 we'll be back tomorrow. So see you everyone. Bye bye.